near that accident spot in Bengal. We're given to understand that the Railway Minister, of course, has assessed the situation in the sense that he has reached the accident site. We saw him in fact, reaching the spot there on a bike just a short while back, and now he's speaking from the hospital where he is, in fact, meeting doctors who are looking at the injured passengers. Let's listen into what Ashwini Vaishnaw had to say once again.
अभी हमारा सारा फोकस है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ है, अभी रेस्टोरेशन पे पूरा फोकस है, ये मेन लाइन है और किसी भी तरीके से ये पॉलिटिक्स का समय नहीं है, अभी सारा फोकस होना चाहिए रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन पे। पैसेंजर सेफ्टी के लिए बहुत बड़ा फोकस है, कंप्लीट फोकस है, जैसा आप स्वयं जानते भी हैं। मैं इसके बारे में बाद में डिटेल में चर्चा करूंगा। अभी मैं जरा पहले रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन ऑपरेशन का पूरा जायजा ले लूं और उसके बाद में पेशेंट से मिलने आ जाए, उसके बाद में ही कुछ पता चल पाएगा, उससे पहले कुछ भी कहना गलत होगा। सर, कवर सिस्टम नहीं था।
Right, the Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw saying that the focus is on relief operations. He is not going to get into details as to what happened, what went wrong, how the accident took place. Remember that this is, of course, an incident which took place around 8 in the morning when a passenger train, a goods train, beg your pardon, collided with, hit the rear end of Kanchenjunga Express, a passenger train. But fortunately, the rear end, the compartments did not hold passengers. They were primarily the goods compartments of the train. But another scare there, railway scare, 8 people's lives lost, including the driver of the goods train. And what we are given to understand from the railways, though, is that it seems to be a case of human error. Of course, these are too early days to come to any sort of a conclusion as to what went wrong. But what the railways has found out so far is that the goods train driver allegedly overshot a signal. That is what is being told as of now. The Railways Minister has reached the accident spot there what we can in fact see is Ashwini Vaishnaw talking to the media present at the location. Let's also take a look at some other remarks which have come in on this story.
$25 बताया, पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं।
The railways, especially, they are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the acquisition by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए, आप जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा।
Right, that is the Railway Board chairperson who was talking about the initial probe, what it has shown in terms of what could have been one of the motives for the accident taking place. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also spoke a short while back, essentially saying that, commenting on the anti-collision devices, saying that it was in her times when she was the railway minister in Vajpayee era that she had in fact introduced anti-collision devices on rail tracks, but in a way, raising questions about the efforts which are being put by the centre in order to make rail tracks safe for passengers. Let's take a listen to what the Bengal Chief Minister had to say.
অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হতেই পারে, অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট কারো হাতে নেই, এটা ফ্যাক্ট, কিন্তু সাথে সাথে এটাও ফ্যাক্ট অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি তৈরি করে দিয়েছিলাম এই যত দেখছেন কলকাতা মেট্রো থেকে শুরু করে বেহালা থেকে শুরু করে যত নতুন মেট্রো যত ইভেন এই যে গঙ্গা কি যেন গঙ্গা টঙ্গার কি সব নাম দিয়ে যেন চালাচ্ছে বন্দে ভারত, এটা দুরন্ত একমাত্র স্পিড আপ হয়েছিল আফটার রাজধানী। সেটা কোথায় আমি জানি না, হয়তো সেটাকেই নকল করে একটা যেটুকু না করেছে তার থেকে বেশি ভাড়া বাড়িয়েছে।
This anti-collision device, which was the brainchild of Madam Mamata Banerjee, has not yet been implemented by the present railway department. So the responsibility has to be taken by the railway department and the rail minister. And once again I suggest that present rail minister should take a class from the best railway minister in the century, Madam Mamata Banerjee, how to run the rail department properly.
And at the same time now, of course, political war of words has begun on this entire incident. Now, we are seeing several opposition members, in fact, raising questions on this, how this accident actually took place. 9 people have died in this entire incident. Now, what we are given to understand is that there are several opposition leaders who have commented on this. Rahul Gandhi saying that the news of the death is extremely sad, but the government should immediately provide compensation. He's also, in fact, raising questions as to today's accident is yet another example of the reality, as a responsible opposition will continue to question the blatant negligence and hold the centre responsible. We also, of course, heard Mamata Banerjee there, Bengal Chief Minister, raising questions as to what was in fact done with the anti-collision devices, which she had said that she had raised, which she had in fact introduced in her era, but what use is being made of that by the centre? That is a question that she is asking. We saw the TMC MP there also, Shantanu Sen, raising these questions. So the opposition there already raising questions about the safety standards which are being followed by the centre as far as railways and trains are concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, coming to the focus of the train accident first, in terms of the fact that at the moment, of course, what we know is that 9 people have died and restoration work is still on at the site. We've seen Union Railways Minister reaching there. Mamata Banerjee also saying that she's going to meet the hospital victims soon. But questions being raised about the safety protocol followed by railways and whether or not there is a huge gap still which needs to be looked into.
Well, the railways had developed Kavach as an anti-collision device, a system that would stop 2 trains from colliding with each other if they were on the same track. However, the scalability and coverage of Kavach has been less than satisfactory. It's a instrument, it's a system that covers only 1,500 odd kilometers of the railway tracks that are available in India. To put it in perspective, the Indian Railways is, of course, the largest service provider in terms of rail services, and lakhs and crores of passengers travel on it every year. But the Kavach system hasn't been scaled up at the level that it should have been, many feel, and as a result, several key important routes still don't have the Kavach system, which is the anti-collision system that's been set up to prevent this kind of accident. Now, apart from that, what we also know is that at this point, the train, unaffected portion of the Kanchenjunga Express, has moved towards Sialdah and is expected to arrive at Sialdah. Also, what we know is that there is this whole, effort now to clear the railway tracks and, ensure that there is no one on the railway tracks and train services can resume, I beg your pardon, on those railway tracks, because it is a very key railway route connecting the entire northeast of India and also northern Bengal to the rest of the country. Also, it is, of course, through that narrow Siliguri corridor known as the Chicken's Neck. So it's of immense strategic importance, and efforts are on to restore railway services, which should be done by late evening. And as a result of the disruption in railway services, several trains have been cancelled. A dispatch from the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Northeastern Frontier Railway, which is headquartered in Maligaon in Guwahati, says that several trains have been cancelled, and these include the Vande Bharat Express, the Rajdhani Express, and also the Saraighat Express, the Guwahati Bengaluru Express, New Jalpaiguri Howrah Vande Bharat Express, Kamakhya Gaya Express, Dibrugarh Howrah Kamrup Express, New Tinsukia Tambaram Express, Bamanhat Sialda Uttarbanga Express and Dibrugarh Kanyakumari Express. Several trains have been cancelled as a result of the disruption in railway services. But now, of course, the focus is on restoring the services and getting railway tracks up and running so that train services can resume on these railway tracks.
Right, Saurabh there, keeping an eye on all the developments taking place on this big story we are following. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to the national capital, and there is a key security meeting which is being chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah at the Home Ministry office, of course, the building there, on Manipur and the status of security in the state. Now, Home Minister is meeting, the shots on your screen there. He's chairing the meet with top officials on Manipur. He also met Manipur Governor yesterday at the MHA on the same issue. The Home Minister there taking stock of the situation in Manipur, and there are several other key officials related to Manipur as well as the army chief who's present in that meeting. Aishwarya, it's been a year almost since ethnic violence actually broke out at Manipur. There has been, of course, the situation on ground is much improved, but there are still sporadic incidents which keep coming up time and again, which is why this high-level meeting which is being chaired by the Home Minister there.
Well, certainly, and it was Home Minister Amit Shah himself who visited the state of Manipur, stayed there for 3 days, went to several of the places where the violence broke out and met the people and representatives of both the communities over there, the Kukis and the Metis, and there were several peace committees that were also, had initiated the talks between these communities, and the demands were fulfilled at a large level as well. There was certainly a CBI probe that was initiated by the Home Ministry as well during that time. But recently, we have seen several violence and unrest incidents that had been reported in the state of Manipur. Certainly, post that, we have seen that there was an attack on the convoy of Chief Minister. Fire broke out just near the Secretariat building. There had been incidents of violence at the hilly areas as well. And looking at this condition, certainly the central government is committed to bring back peace and normalcy. And therefore, the reason perhaps this high-level meeting had been called up by Home Minister Amit Shah today at the Home Ministry. We've been told that the DG of Manipur Police, Mr. Rajiv Gupta, along with the Assam Rifles DG and the security personals who had been deployed in large numbers. The top officials had also been summoned today to meet Home Minister Amit Shah to form new strategy as to how soon peace can be brought in the state of Manipur. Now, yesterday it was Manipur Governor who arrived at the Home Ministry, and she also apprised Home Minister about the current situation and how they are dealing with the unrest and the violence that had reported from the state of Manipur. Certainly today, fresh guidelines, fresh initiatives will be done as far as the Home Ministry is concerned to bring back again the normalcy in the state. But of course, the level of violence that was seen in last 1 year had been reduced according to the Home Ministry. There have been several incidents of clashes and violence that had come down because of the talks that had been done by the central government along with the state government over there in Manipur. Today it is Chief Minister of Manipur who is not attending this meeting. What is the reason that we still don't know? But of course, this is a review meeting on the security, and also fresh guidelines will be issued, is what we have been told by the sources in the Home Ministry.
Right, Aishwarya there, tracking all the updates coming in from that meeting. We'll keep coming back to you as there is further update on this. Moving on to another one of our top political stories, and this is the political slugfest over EVMs, or rather questions being raised about EVM operations. Now, this is emanating from an incident of an unauthorized use of a phone inside a counting center in Mumbai on counting day. Now, Uddhav Sena has now latched on to this entire incident once it came to be reported, saying now questions should be raised about the candidate because it was a very slim margin by which the Shinde Sena candidate had in fact won from this particular seat in Mumbai Northwest. Now, Uddhav Sena is raising questions about it, whether or not this candidate's win can be taken on face value after this question is being raised on whether or not there was an OTP generated from that mobile phone present inside the counting center, and whether or not that had anything to do with the EVM machine inside that center. BJP, of course, has completely negated this, saying that the opposition is spreading false narrative on this issue. The poll body, Election Commission, has also come out saying that while there is an incident of an unauthorized use of mobile phone being looked into at that counting center, there's no question of an EVM manipulation being possible through an OTP.
If you see the debate that has been joined by the Congress people, most of these people are people who are so happy with the narrative that the EVM can be had, that they don't want to understand the underlying logic or technology. And at least 85-90% of the people who are so, including Rahul Gandhi and his cronies, who are jumping on this debate, have absolutely no sense of what the EVM as a system is.
अब ये फोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल, वो हारा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फ़ोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वनराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
इलेक्शन कमीशन और सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि ये विश्वास न उठ जाए, अगर कंफ्यूजन हो तो क्लियर हो जाए। उसके लिए जो भी आगे जाते हुए रणनीति करनी हो, जिसके विपक्ष के लोगों को विश्वास में लेते हुए एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसीजर करके एक फैक्ट चेकिंग या क्रॉस चेकिंग करने की जरूरत है।
Now, there's a key meeting which is going to take place at the Congress President's residence at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence in Delhi today. And as per sources, one of the outcomes expected from this meeting is that Congress MP Rahul Gandhi may in fact announced that he's giving up the YNR seat, keeping the Raebareli seat, but giving up the YNR seat. And this has in fact fueled a lot of speculation as to whether or not this would actually mark the electoral debut of his sister Priyanka Gandhi or not. Let's go across to my colleague Sunil, who's been tracking this particular meeting. Sunil, I know this meeting is going to look at multiple other aspects as well in terms of the Congress's preparation for the upcoming parliament session. But all eyes on whether or not Rahul Gandhi is going to, or the Congress party for that matter, is going to make that announcement about YNR seat.
Well, today is the last day and they have to make that announcement. He has to decide one way or the other whether he's going to keep Raebareli or Wayanad. As we've been reporting on NDTV as early as the 6th of June, he's likely to keep Raebareli. Wayanad is what he's going to give up, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's also participating in this meeting, is expected to be the candidate, but that formal decision won't be taken immediately at this present juncture, but they're hoping that she would contest from Wayanad, and that's the plan. Having said that, he's also, it's what we have been able to learn from our sources is that the leader of opposition, whoever becomes the leader of the Lok Sabha, gets the leader of opposition status, a cabinet rank. Many wanted Rahul Gandhi to take up that job, but what we have been told is not inclined towards it. And the big question is now, who will Sonia Gandhi nominate? Will it be Kumari Salja, a Dalit leader from Haryana who has won and has been a veteran parliamentarian? The other, of course, is Manish Tiwari, Gaurav Gogoi, amongst Dipandur Hooda, as well as, of course, Shashi Tharoor. But the problem being for the Congress that they have already got the south face in the Rajya Sabha with Mr. Kharge as the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. So who will it be from the Lok Sabha? It's expected that somebody from the north or the northeast will be projected as the leader. Right. The big question is, who will it be? Will it be Kumari Salja? Will it be Gaurav Gogoi or anybody else, Manish Tiwari, amongst others?
Right. All eyes on that big meeting taking place. Those are the pictures on your screens there of Rahul, Priyanka and Sonia Gandhi actually entering Mr. Kharge's residence there in the national capital. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us with the latest on that. With that, we'll slip into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola,
India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फ़ोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फ़ोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left or like sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस, लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने एंड आई मीन यू डोंट नो कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा. आई हैव अ टिप फॉर यू एंड द सिंपल टिप इज़ यू कैन टर्न ऑफ द नोटिफिकेशन प्रीव्यूज़. तो वहाँ पे वो जो मैसेज का कॉन्टेंट है वो लिखा हुआ नहीं आएगा.
Welcome back. Now, the BJP is preparing for the state assembly elections, the upcoming assembly elections, which are of Maharashtra, Haryana and Jharkhand. And now ministers have been given charge of these particular states. There are going to be an average of 2 ministers who will be in charge of Maharashtra. Dharmendra Pradhan has been made in charge of Haryana. For Maharashtra, it is Ashwini Vaishnaw and Bhupendra Yadav. And for Jharkhand, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. These are the names which have come out. So the BJP clearly preparing for assembly elections, and these are of course battleground states which they have already named ministers in charge for these states. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha for more on this. Vasudha, an interesting choice of ministers to take charge of these assembly for these states, for the assembly elections, the upcoming assembly elections. Do you see any surprises?
Absolutely, Tanima, and I think the reflection of continuity that we saw in the distribution of the cabinet portfolios last week has in some ways, been repeated here as well. And I think that is going to be the way forward. The party, BJP, with reduced numbers, remember that this time it has 240 MPs. It does not have a majority of its own. It's fallen short by 32 seats, 32 MPs. So clearly it wants to focus on tried and tested hands, experienced hands. And let me tell you, the specialty of some of these ministers who have been appointed as Prabharis and co-Prabharis. Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnaw were part of the crack team that are seen as responsible for turning around the situation in Madhya Pradesh Assembly polls, where the party swept in 2023. This is after the defeat that it faced in 2018, where it lost a large number of, tribal and ST seats. But of course, in 2023, the situation changed completely, and it was the BJP that actually swept to power. So that's an important thing. So I think the same crack team has been repeated for Maharashtra, where the BJP has been reduced to just 9 seats this time from 23. It's been quite a setback for the party, and this time with 6 factions. It will be, interesting, and it will be important for the party to have an experienced hand like Bhupendra Yadav. Ashwini Vaishnaw has been assisting Bhupendra Yadav in several elections. Bhupendra Yadav has also been responsible for Odisha, polls. He was seen as someone who sort of managed the campaign and all that, was there in Odisha for a long time. Similarly, Dharmendra Pradhan, who has handled important campaigns in the past for the BJP, including that in UP and Karnataka, has been named in charge of Haryana, and also Biplab Dev, who has been handling Haryana, is also going to be part of this. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who sees himself in an accentuated role with Rural and Agriculture Ministry under him, will be in charge of Jharkhand, where the BJP has lost all tribal seats, and Himanta Biswa Sarma will be assisting him. The tried and tested, experienced hands, it is in some ways predictable, but at the same time, this is a departure from the BJP, in some ways also giving chances to new people. This is the BJP following the MP 2023 model, Chhattisgarh MP 2023 model, where it's focusing on making these announcements earlier so that they can start preparations as soon as possible.
Right, Vasudha there, thank you so much for joining us and giving us perspective on that story. And on that note, we'll be heading into a short break, but stay tuned because coming up on the other side, we are taking a look at rising tax burden on the middle class. Karnataka has hiked its fuel prices once again, but what we are asking is how long will consumers will be haunted by inflation? Is this just an easy way out for governments? You can call us and share your views. Stay with us. We are coming out of this break onto that story. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Welcome back. Now, on this segment, we are looking at how tax burden is rising on the middle class. Now, we've seen Karnataka raising its fuel prices over the weekend, 3 rupees per litre hike. But that brings us to the question that we are raising in terms of how inflation is still haunting the middle class. And it's not just about fuel prices. If you take a look at some of the information that we have gleaned out for you, how there's, of course, fuel price hike taking place in, the latest being Karnataka, but the fuel prices are pretty high even in other metro cities like Delhi. If we look at the petrol costs, around 94.7 rupees per litre, diesel at 87.62, Mumbai at 104.21 paise per 104 rupees 0.21 paise per litre, diesel at 92, above 92 rupees per litre. Chennai above 100 rupees per litre once again, and diesel above 92 rupees per litre. Kolkata above 100 rupees per litre for 1 litre of petrol, 103 rupees per litre in fact, and diesel around 90 rupees per litre, and Hyderabad as well, again at 107 rupees per litre and diesel at 95. So out of this, at least in 4 metro cities that you can see, the price of petrol is above 100 rupees per litre. So clearly singeing the middle class there. But as I mentioned, it's not just fuel prices we are looking at. There's milk prices as well, and there's wholesale inflation is up, as well as the hike in toll taxes. We will be taking calls on this show, so please call in with your views, what you have to say about the rising tax burden on the middle class. But I'm also joined on the broadcast by Ms. Khushbu Jain, consumer rights lawyer. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us on the show. My first point, or question rather, to you is that we are highlighting how the tax burden has constantly been increasing on the middle class. Now, do you see this as an outcome of global headwinds, geopolitical reasons, or can this be managed better by the centre, or even the states for that matter?
See, ideally, if you look into how fuel prices increase, or these prices increase, is because of geopolitical and at the same time,
what taxes we are putting state-wise. So here, if you or center-wise, but here, if you're talking about the current aspect which is there when it comes to Karnataka, we are looking into that's nothing to do with the geopolitical scenario, but it's to do with increase in the VAT, which is to do with the earning which state government needs to run or to implement its schemes, its social security schemes. And because of that shortage of the money where they can fulfill this, is where this increase in the prices or the hikes have come up.
Important point. Khushbu, stay with us. I'm joined by a caller, Mr. Prakash Arun calling in from Chennai. Mr. Arun, please tell us what is your view on this story that we are doing, whether or not we are asking, is this an easy way out for governments just to hike tax burden on the middle class?
Yeah, just a small quick clarification. My name is Prakash Raghu, not Arun.
All right, beg your
Raghu.
pardon, Mr. Prakash Raghu. Yes, go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, I agree with the panelist that it is more to do with the funding of the populist schemes, but and less to do with the geopolitical crisis that we are facing at the moment. I think NDTV has taken a very measured, considered view of this. I think now that the budget is going to happen anytime once the parliament meets, I think it calls for a rationalization in income tax. You must bring down the tax rates of the salaried employee. And number two, I think there must be a push from the media to bring the petroleum prices under the purview of the GST. That would reduce the load much on the common man. Now, regarding milk and other essential commodities, it has got to do with a host of other factors like labor, like fixed expenses, and operating capex expenses. There are so many things involved, and I think it calls for a greater debate. And yes, I think it is time that the media must put pressure, irrespective of the government in any state, to stop populist schemes and to push, massively give a thrust to have the petroleum products brought under the ambit of the GST.
Very important point.
Reduce the burden.
Very important point, Mr. Raghu. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast with your views. I am also joined by Mr. Shankar Chatterjee calling in from Hyderabad. Yes, Mr. Chatterjee, do you also agree with the same view that was being expressed?
Good evening, madam. A very nice topic. I'm a very senior citizen. I was a retired professor of Government of India, traveled widely India and abroad. The problem is that for vote purpose, easy freebies, easy getting vote bank, they are doing some freebies. West Bengal and many places. Now Karnataka hiking that fuel, they do not understand the post impact. But anyway, I suggest, I am senior citizen, 67 years age. I suggest senior citizens should not be filed income tax. I am facing lot of problems for this. I request through you that income tax should not be submitted, filing. And second thing, employment generation should be provided. Now there is no time. There is a program called RSETI, DDU, GKY. This should be given more importance. This should at the district level, can be sub-district level where feasible, can be supported. And private companies should be asked to recruit more years, maybe consolidated pay. With this, I am concluding. Thank you very much to give me a chance.
Mr. Chatterjee, thank you so much for joining us with that. I'm also joined by Mr. Nishant Daswani from Mumbai. Yes, Mr. Nishant, please go ahead. Do you also see this as one of the reasons that they are saying, that the other callers were in fact saying that it is populist schemes in a way?
I am actually going to elaborate your debate a bit. You are talking very rightly about the price hike in Karnataka and the milk price hike in Gujarat. No one seems to be talking about the no change in price for the last 1 year, even though the price of crude has fallen down quite a bit. Just before the elections, the central government reduced it by 2 rupees on petrol and diesel. Secondly, the excise duty hike per liter, which was 19 rupees per liter or 9 rupees per liter with the central government, which has been increased to 31 rupees on petrol. No one talks about that. Why does the government not reduce that? And lastly, but not the leastly, ma'am, we are only talking about the products which are MRP available and it's in the news. What about the fruit prices, vegetable prices, the pulses, dals? It is strange that the government provides 5 kgs of muft ration to 80 crore people. That's a very noble cause. But then the shortage of that in the market leads to a hike in the prices of pulses, which no one covers. That also hits the middle class, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, we appreciate the fact that you have also increased the ambit in a way of what all we are discussing. It's not just about fuel prices. Again, we are also not saying that it's about milk prices. It's not about any particular state, A state versus B state. We are talking about how there seems to be a passing of the buck in a way which is taking place. How governments, whether it's the center or the state, seems to be passing the buck of the burden of all these prices on price rise on several whether it is one particular, whether it is fuel or whether it is energy resources for that matter, or whether it's about food inflation, the burden is in fact being passed on to the consumer. So please keep your calls coming in. We would appreciate all the views which are being shared on this discussion that we are doing right now. But for the moment, let me go across to Khushbu for a quick point. Khushbu, a lot of callers were pointing out how that this is probably a byproduct of populist schemes. That several governments, whether it's state or center, is looking at populist schemes vis-a-vis actually prudent economic measures. Do you also see this a fallout of that?
See, yes, that's why one has to keep in mind that though we need social welfare schemes and they're very important for the long-term benefits, but all these government have to realize that implications is challenging, and there has to be a balance, or there has to be a classic trade-off for the policymakers, that they need to navigate this space very carefully, and they need to understand that there are some implications by providing social safety net, and at the same time they need to make sure that they ensure basic services for vulnerable sections of the society. And here we are talking about like, for example, if I have to put it across, on one hand, fiscal burden of those schemes can constrain the state's ability to invest into physical infrastructure. So whenever you're having a scheme in place, though it is for the populace, it is for your vote bank, or it can be for anything, but one cannot deny the underlying fact that these schemes are necessary. But one has to understand what schemes are necessary, and you need to make sure that what are the alternative financing mechanisms for the government, because it should not be that the government pockets becomes empty and at last a middle class has to pay via this way, because that's also another way of hurting the economy. So that balance has to strike off, forgetting your vote bank and forgetting other things in the system.
Exactly, a balance needs to be struck. Very important point there. I'm also joined on the broadcast, Captain Jagpal, calling in from Rohtak. Yes, sir, go ahead with share your view on this story that we are doing right now.
Good evening. Let us play this by reverse flick. You see, Indian media had launched a very successful campaign on 2G, where the people watched 2G campaign on a television, and this television was provided by Dr. Karunanidhi, and he had bribed the voters with the television. But the voters are so sharp, they booted him out and brought Jayalalitha with full majority. The other reason for the middle class getting a case, they are not organized. While voting, they don't form a block. They don't ask for the right thing and right man, and hence they pay through their nose. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us on the show, sharing your views, Captain Jagpal there. And there we are getting a lot of callers. Please keep your calls coming in on this about inflation and how the state government and the central government, for that matter, are tackling with the situation. What exactly is the answer to handling the cost of inflation? In fact, let me go back to Khushbu for more on this. Khushbu, in terms of being a consumer rights advocate, what do you think a consumer can do in such a situation? There had, in fact, been a time when we would see literally almost on a daily basis fuel prices being hiked. Now, at the time, of course, the government said that this was the best way possible for them to handle a geopolitical impact on energy resources, which is why there were frequent hikes being made. And when the government could, they slashed it down to the point that we are at today. But in terms of a consumer at the receiving end, what can be done to manage this situation? Are there any forums that people can approach?
See, these situations practically, I think instead of people to understand on what they can do, it should be that we should make sure that the policymakers are put to across, that they understand, and they understand what kind of implications a person will incur because of this, and at the same time what implications economy will incur. When it comes to people, I think all of us to be ready when it comes to situations like this, and there are a lot of social schemes but that are running. So when these kind of situations arise, we should be aware about how to manage funds, how to manage situations if these kind of situations come in place, to have that finances in such a manner that we are equipped and ready. But I would again go back on the point that it is not people, a general public or the one which is burdened or at the receiving end, but it is, I think, policymakers and us, via whom the public can raise these questions and this is challenged. And we keep in mind that the public should not be happy with just those, freebie schemes that come from the government, but at the same time they need to understand that if these kind of scenarios happen, then keep in mind that which government they want to bring in place or question them for that matter. But at last it would be a policy aspect, and till the time government doesn't bring in a proper policy mechanism where they can strike a balance, I'm repeating that again, it would be difficult even for government to run. We cannot squeeze the government for that aspect, but government has to understand that's where they are being tasked with it. It's not a normal thing that I've come in the power and I can do whatever I can, but it's a proper way of running the government, and that policy has to be orchestrated in a manner that it directly reaches to the people. One, everybody's forgetting that aspect, that there has to be an aspect where you can diversify financing sources, explore public-private partnership models to leverage public sector to their expertise and their resources, get additional funding from them or somehow the way, so that it can have co-payment mechanisms from those who can afford it, while protecting the middle class and the poor, and so that these schemes do not have impact on their earning, and at last middle class is getting impacted.
Right, Khushbu, but if we talk about some specifics, let's say fuel prices and a few other things may be an exception, but if we look at something like toll tax, like these highways which have been constructed, of course, of a certain quality and people are using it, but we see that toll taxes are being, people are being asked to pay them up, and there's frequent hike in that as well, even when the infrastructure has been ready and in use for many, many years. Is that not something that anybody for that matter can raise a question on, as to how many years will people keep paying up for these toll taxes? And, anybody who uses the highways or the roads would in fact tell you that there are several checkpoints where they are paying multiple times. So, for the benefit of what? The consumers have a right to ask these questions as to whether this is the best utilization of their tax money.
Absolutely. So I think this is the question that everybody should ask. And I think I have been to so many roads where the heavy toll is there and the condition of the road is poor, if I have to put it across, or below that level, and it's continuing and it's ending and it's never ending process, and paying such a heavy toll every day is something. At the same time, I'm paying taxes, the government is running, they're giving social security schemes, the schemes which do not even reach directly to the beneficiary. We have seen that happening, and a lot of schemes are not even meant for uplifting the society, but only for getting those vote bank politics which is being going on. Rather, that money should be put in for infrastructure, for development, and should not be for burdening us in paying heavy toll, because everybody is using those roads. And also we have to make sure that it should be a question raised by all of us, that look at the condition. If the condition is bad, how many years this is going to continue, why this is happening, what is the money being utilized? That transparency is still very low. Very handful of people would get access to after filing an RTI and getting some or the other way of answers. But I think we have to make sure that accountability and transparency come when it comes to running of the government by utilizing the kind of money and how this has been happening, for what purpose. And these are the questions one should raise when it comes to election manifesto, not those freebie schemes that come in place, but these are the things which should be the forefront as a question, because all of us are at the receiving end and we are entrusting them to run the government, not to just provide freebies or other aspects to it, but it's everyday life that is being affected. Getting a free electricity or getting some money somewhere is not what we are looking for, but making sure that our infrastructure, our country is getting There is a development when it comes to infrastructure. Our country is becoming more secure, and it's been reaching towards that development that we are focusing on is what we are entrusting the government for. And for that is where they're asking for heavy taxes. And that money should be utilized for that purpose rather than you putting that money for other things. And at last, we end up, all of us as citizens, end up either paying taxes or fuel prices or toll taxes or, this never ending.
Khushbu, hold that thought. I'm also joined by a caller, Mr. Amit Kumar, calling in from Odisha. Yes, Mr. Kumar, please share your views.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that as a middle class guy or a middle class person, as a family in the middle class, we always, it's not something which is happening now. It has always happened since since I've been 43 years. It has always happened. We've always faced the brunt of the policies, or I call it matrix, political, social, cultural. Middle class is always trapped and always more suffering than any other classes. Because, what I expect is that they should, like the way they treat, we are human beings at the end of the day. So like the way upper classes are treated, lower classes are treated, middle class should also get certain kind of benefits in terms of humanitarian, because it becomes so much tough for the middle class that it is not possible. And there are so many things that are happening, right? So, and the price rise is so high that it is almost impossible to grow, to learn, to come out of that trap. So this is what I feel.
Right, and thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi, for calling us. And I hope some of these voices are actually being heard by government representatives, officials who are in decision-making positions, because people are, in fact, talking about the pain that they have to take. And, this kind of a price hike coming in just shortly after the elections, that is also something people would, it would raise eyebrows in a way, Khushbu, that while on one hand we can in fact see states and the governments actually trying to say, bring about these populist schemes, welfare schemes, so to speak, but right after elections, and it's not just about Karnataka, many others have done it as well, we can see this sort of a tax burning being imposed or thrown at the consumer shortly after the elections, which of course raises some of these questions that we have been discussing as to whether or not these welfare schemes, in a way, at the end of the day, have an illusory effect only.
I absolutely agree with you that this is something which is a serious concern, because again, I would say that social welfare schemes can have important long-term benefit, but we also have to look into what short-term fiscal implications it is bringing in, and if it's leading to a situation that the government is left with no money to even fulfill the promises being given for 5-year plan, and it's just a 1 year, or other state government as well, is a cause of concern. And that showcases how poor management or a financial management a state is running into, and how much priority are they giving to populist schemes. I'm saying I'm not against the scheme, but I'm against how these schemes are being there. You can have aspects of prioritizing which schemes to do it, or phased manner of schemes that can come in. There are 10 different ways or 1,000 different ways to enhance your revenue generation, and at the same time, expand or put in money for social schemes. But if this is the situation, that's where it shows the poor management on the government. And I think these are the things which have to be kept in mind, and which should showcase in our election results, that how are you diversifying your finances? How are you making sure that the earning is equivalent to this? And it's not the middle class which is getting affected, and we are seeing it, that it is for the poor that we are bringing those schemes, which is required, the below poverty level income group. But at the same time, when you talk about middle income group, they don't even fit in anywhere. They pay high taxes, they pay toll taxes, they pay everything. And at the same time, they are at the receiving end when these kind of fuel prices go up or other things go up. So that's where I think we have to have that balance again, that's striking that balance. And if they are so poor in management, I think this is the question which should be raised before every election. A report should be put out that how much money for the scheme, how much money they actually had it, and what they're doing it, and how much loan or in the deficit they are into.
Right. Khushbu, stay with us. I'm also joined by another caller, Shrikant from Bengaluru. Shrikant, yes, go ahead, share your thoughts with us.
Yeah, hi. How are you doing, madam?
I'm doing well. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to understand one thing, ma'am. You are giving freebies to the general guys, right? why the freebies are not for us also? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Freebies, I am giving zero rupees electricity bill. I could pay the money.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
But why it is for us? You could have a level of this thing. And now you have increased the fuel rate and all. So in that case, everything is going to increase, ma'am. So now I have been following the news also. So it is getting increased. Amul rate, milk rate, and all those things are getting increased. So how you are going to get that thing into the concern? Because see, ma'am, one thing is that the central government has not increased the fuel rate. You have increased. I think because I have been speaking to some of my friends, because I am staying here in Bangalore since 2007. I am from Odisha.
Okay.
So this thing, it will be affecting.
Right. Thank you, Shrikant, for calling us and sharing your thoughts on this. So, Khushbu, once again, there we can in fact see this caller again raising that issue about welfare schemes and the impact it has, and how ultimately it is the consumers who have to pay up either ways. Kumar also calling in from Bengaluru. Yes, Kumar, go ahead.
Madam, my suggestion is GST is in vogue in the whole country from the last 8 years. But petroleum products and other things are not included in the GST even now after 8 years of GST in the country. Effort should be made to put petroleum products under GST so that all these discussions can be avoided. Thank you.
Right, Kumar, thank you so much for calling us. So those are, of course, the last two callers we got from Bengaluru. We have, of course, been covering the Karnataka fuel price hike, but we have expanded the debate and the discussion today, rather. Not the debate, but the discussion that we are having in terms of how the middle class is constantly being, the tax burden is being passed on to them. Khushbu, if I can have a last word from you on this, that we have heard all the callers today who have in fact very astutely pointed out that maybe the governments need to manage this better, especially in terms of welfare schemes or SOPs which are announced ahead of elections. At the end of the day, what is the point of that if there are several other ways in which the tax burden is being reimposed on the consumers again? So in terms of final thought, if we flip the question in a way, what can the government do better?
What can the government do better? I would say pick up the schemes which are absolutely necessary, balance out the aspect when it comes to look into your, you look into your kitty, if I have to put across in a layman language, and then after your kitty, you understand that how much spending you have to do and prioritize which are absolutely necessary. You can have social schemes to an extent or restricted to a part which in a way leads to development, in a way leads to an aspect that it makes the state self-dependent and self-reliant, or there are some society or sector which needs specific focus. And at the same time, make sure that you are left with the money so that you can run the government. These are the things every state has to prioritize in their own, what priority one state has to give in, but it cannot be a closed eye that you bring in, promise 5 beautiful schemes, which are popular schemes, and forget that you're left with no money just in the first year. So I think that management, everybody has to understand. You and me also understand that if I'm earning this much money, this much is the expenditure I have to do, and this much is the savings I have to do, and I can spend on this much and I cannot spend on this much. I think this is the basic rule of running the house, and I think the government also has to
basics in a way.
Run the state.
Right. Khushbu Jain, Supreme Court advocate and also a consumer rights lawyer there. Thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts there. And also I thank all the callers who called in on the show and shared their views. I hope, as I mentioned, that the government bodies and representatives in charge of these decisions are listening in to those voices as well. With that, we'll head into a short break, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
officials. Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives, and the railway minister reaches accident spot, also meets victims who have in fact been hospitalized. The Bengal chief minister's finger to the center on anti-collision devices. Maha war erupts on alleged EVM manipulation. In Mumbai, a row over unauthorized phone use at counting centres. Opposition says candidate's win is under suspicion now. BJP says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics fuels over the price hike in the state. BJP protests. Siddaramaiah calls it double-speak. Petroleum Minister says Congress-ruled states are being irresponsible.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Brief power outage at Delhi Airport. Power outage impacts boarding and check-in facilities. Delhi Airport says voltage imbalance. GMR backup was operational in just a few minutes. Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives. Railway Minister visits the accident spot. Ashwani Vaishnav says, not the time for politics. Focus is on restoration. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs meeting over Manipur security situation. Top officials present at the meeting. Rahul Gandhi to vacate Wayanad seat. Decision likely in the key Congress meeting. Buzz over Priyanka Gandhi contesting the Wayanad by-polls. Rahul Gandhi to retain Raebareli. Maha war of words erupts over EVM manipulation charge. Unauthorized phone use at counting centre. Opposition says candidates win now under suspicion. BJP meanwhile defends, says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics fuels over the price hike. BJP protests. Siddaramaiah calls it double speak. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. We are starting the 6 p.m. bulletin with this breaking news which is coming in at this moment on 26. Remember, the Lok Sabha Speaker election is going to take place for the 18th Lok Sabha. What we are learning from our sources is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will move the motion for the name of the Lok Sabha Speaker candidate in the Lok Sabha on June 26. After the election of the Speaker, Prime Minister Modi will introduce his Council of Ministers to the members in the House. This is the latest that we are getting at this moment. On June 27, the President will address the joint session of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as per the tradition. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, the Speaker's post is a coveted post. Last two governments in 2014, 2019, no problem for the BJP. They had the numbers. This time, the opposition also, with its renewed strength, trying to in fact put up some sort of a fight as far as the election of the Lok Sabha Speaker is concerned.
Absolutely, Ankit, and with the revised numbers, with the NDA standing at 293 and with BJP at 240, and of course opposition also gobbling up numbers to actually put forward a very aggressive opposition, this is going to be the Speaker's election is going to be the biggest highlight of the 18th Lok Sabha session that of course begins on the 24th of June. 26th is what we hear, that the Prime Minister will himself move the motion for the name of the Lok Sabha Speaker. After the election of the Speaker, what I understand is that the Prime Minister will also be introducing his Council of Ministers, which is as per traditions of the Lok Sabha. Remember, the whole cabinet portfolios have been allocated. The whole cabinet is functioning now. Allies have also gotten about 11 berths. And on June 27th is when President Draupadi Murmu will address a joint sitting of the Parliament with both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs. And we are expecting the Prime Minister to speak, to reply to this motion of thanks of the President on the 2nd of July or 3rd of July. Remember, 3rd of July is also the last day of this first part of the Parliament session. Of course, the second part will also include the budget, which will basically be held in the second half of July. But clearly a very interesting Lok Sabha session ahead, with the opposition insisting that it will be raising topics of NEET and, this railway accident that has happened today. And of course, several other issues, including federalism and a couple of issues which have been making news in the last few months. I think all of that is going to really resonate in the Parliament this time, and with the numbers there, it could be interesting. But of course, the BJP also is putting forward a position, is speaking from a position of strength and is preparing to ensure that this is basically a smooth session.
Vasudha, before I let you go, very quickly, the Prime Minister, in fact, putting forward the name of the Lok Sabha Speaker, that will also be the Bharatiya Janata Party trying to put forward their weight behind the Speaker's post. It will happen post the discussion in the NDA, and they would hope that the Prime Minister putting his name behind the Speaker will ensure that there are no defections as far as the votes of the NDA is concerned.
Absolutely, Ankit. And what I hear from my sources is that there could be a meeting that could be held this week towards the later part of this week, around June 23rd, of NDA allies, and the name is going to be discussed. And like a lot of us have been projecting BJP as this mountain of confidence with 240 MPs, but the BJP is also wanting to make sure that it has its allies on the right side, because this is TDP and JDU that we're talking about. These are parties that have worked with the opposition in the past. So clearly this is something that the BJP is aware of, that there is no ideological, binding or limitation for these parties. They can actually go to the other side. But however, they have put on this, show of unity. They have completely assured the BJP of their support. So this NDA meeting that will take place will, of course, decide the consensus candidate. And of course, from there, we will see as to what really happens. Of course, because the Deputy Speaker's post is also going to be a point of contention. We've seen what happened in the last few years. In fact, it remained vacant in the last session. So we'll have to wait and see how the opposition allies also look at a position like this.
Important days ahead as the formalization of the 18th Lok Sabha begins on June 26. Thank you so much, Vasudha Venugopal, joining us with all those details. Moving on now, the power outage at Delhi airports created an impact on the operations. In fact, the power outage hampered the boarding check-in process, which resulted in delay for many flights. The Delhi airport has said that there was a voltage imbalance. GMR, the agency which runs the airport, has said significant voltage spike around 2 p.m. We had to switch on the generators, which happened in a few minutes. The backup was operational in a few minutes, is what GMR has said. GMR said that the grid stabilization took place by 3 p.m. What does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? And, how can it hamper the operations and can it also create some issues as far as the safety is concerned with air travel? Let me bring in Vipul Saxena, aviation expert, who is joining us at this moment. Mr. Saxena, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, for a layman, for our viewers and for a lot of travelers, they don't understand what kind of an impact can this in fact create as far as their air travel is concerned. What does this voltage fluctuation mean, and how does this impact the operations that it impacts as far as the air travel is concerned?
See, the voltage fluctuation, basically what happens is suddenly there is a spike जो आपके current में आ जाता है because extra current is thrown into the system because of various problems that can be reason of poor cabling, poor earthing, or maybe extra current has been released by the distribution system. So there are various reasons why it happens. But what actually happens is because of this, various systems which work on very heavy load, like elevators, like your baggage carrying, the trays, and even the heavy lighting, big equipments. So they start behaving erratic, and they sometimes, if the spike is very high, some of these systems can become inoperational. And can damage the system permanently. So this is what happens in this cases. And to my knowledge, this part of voltage fluctuation happened in the terminal building. That is why nothing happened towards the operations side, the air side of the airport. But I'm sure this must have created, some kinds of kind of paralysis of the services. But all the airports mandatorily are supposed to have backup power supply, which should take over the system within 1 minute's time. And to my knowledge, it has happened within the given time frame, and the whole system was restored.
Can it create any sort of safety issue as well?
Absolutely. Like suppose there's an elevator running, and at that time you have this fluctuation. So elevator can either go much faster or may get blocked somewhere. So those kind of things can happen, which can create some kind of accidents.
But it has no impact. These kind of situations, I'm sure, are accounted for. In any sort of emergency, these scenarios are accounted for when there is this kind of a big operation taking place at the airports. So as far as the safety of the flights which are already in air or flights which are taking off or landing, it has no impact as far as the ATC is concerned. Can you just clarify on that, sir?
Yeah. So there are two parts of it. One is the terminal building supply system, and another is the airside supply system. But by design, all these big equipment which consume a lot of power, they have inbuilt safety system. They have tolerance limits of these fluctuations. So mostly those tolerance systems do take care of it. But unless there is too high or too longer duration of this voltage fluctuation, normally the fluctuation exists for about a few nanoseconds. Okay, but to create an accident, it's good enough time also. So in this case, the current case of today, it happened towards terminal building, which affected only the passenger services, which includes your baggage trolleys, your elevators, your lounges, your common lighting systems and all that, or lift systems. So those systems are quite safe enough, and I'm sure they have enough people to take care of it immediately. And as far as airside is concerned, there we have ILS and runway lighting systems, the navigation system, communication system, and those systems are also quite robust. And they've got a surge mechanism which takes care of certain amount of fluctuations automatically. And only once it crosses that limit, that there is a erratic readings or erratic services,
right,
which happens. Yeah.
Mr. Saxena, thank you so much, sir, for giving our viewers a brief of how these systems work and about, of course, the impact on safety and their air travel. Thank you for joining us. Moving on now. 8 people, including, in fact, 9 people, including 3 railway employees, have died and about 50 others are injured after an express train collided with the goods train in Darjeeling of West Bengal this morning. The Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sialda in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near the Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. Two coaches of the Kanchenjunga Express were derailed due to the impact. One, in fact, factor which limited casualties in the accident is that the rear part of the Kanchenjunga Express comprised of the cargo van and the guard coach which took the maximum impact. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has reached the accident spot, and he said that the focus of the railways right now is on rescue and restoration. Railway says human error is suspected behind this, in fact, accident. The goods train disregarded a signal is what the sources are telling us. As per the latest, in fact, information, unaffected portion of Kanchenjunga Express has left the site towards Malda town in Bengal. Restoration work of the site is in progress. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also visited Kanchenjunga Express train accident site and visited the people, those who have been injured and are recuperating at the hospital.
उनके प्रति पूरे सभी प्रयत्न किए जाएंगे जिससे कि जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक हो। दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी, कमिश्नर रेल सेफ्टी के द्वारा दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी और अभी हमारा सारा फोकस है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ है, अभी रेस्टोरेशन पे पूरा फोकस है, ये मेन लाइन है और किसी भी तरीके से इस दुर्घटना के जो कारण है उस कारण पे भी पूरा ध्यान देके उस तरह के कारण फिर से कभी ना हो वो व्यवस्था की जाएगी। ये पॉलिटिक्स का समय नहीं है, अभी सारा फोकस होना चाहिए रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन पे। पैसेंजर सेफ्टी के लिए बहुत बड़ा फोकस है, कंप्लीट फोकस है, जैसा आप स्वयं जानते भी हैं। मैं इसके बारे में बाद में डिटेल में चर्चा करूंगा। अभी मैं जरा पहले रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन ऑपरेशन का पूरा जायजा ले लूं और उसके बाद में पेशेंट से मिलने जाऊंगा।
25 बताया पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं।
The railways, especially, they are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the acquisitions by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सकें उतना ही अच्छा होगा।
Right. So, in fact, that was the briefing by the chairperson of the Railway Board, Jaya Varma Sena, speaking about the Kavach system. Remember the Balasore accident? At that point of time, also there was a lot of discussion about the Kavach system and how much is the railways, in fact, spending and able to, in fact, provide security as far as the Kavach system goes. Remember, the opposition has continuously been raising questions about the railway being underfunded and understaffed as far as the safety is concerned for the passengers, for the common passengers. Remember, Indian Railways is one of the largest transport system for across the world for common people. Meanwhile, the government has announced ex gratia compensation. 10 lakh rupees will be given by the railways to the kin of the deceased, and 2 lakh rupees additional from the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us with more details at this moment. Saurabh, what's the latest as far as the number of fatalities are concerned? There are few news reports suggesting that it has gone over 9 as well. And has the rescue operation now completed?
Yes, the rescue and relief operations have been completed. Now, of course, the focus is on restoring of railway services. But the bigger question really is that what led to this? The railway board chairperson has, of course, blamed it on the 2 motormen. But obviously, and board of inquiry will look into whether it was a technical issue or whether it was a signaling issue or what kind of issue it was, or whether these 2 motormen jumped a red signal. All of these issues would be looked into. However, the railway board chairperson has blamed it on the motorman, saying, of course, that there was a signal that was jumped. So that is, of course, one of the reasons that is being attributed for this railway accident. But obviously, an investigation is also being ordered into the accident. Now, apart from that, what we know is that so far the focus remains on restoring railway services. That is an extremely crucial railway route. It is through that narrow Siliguri corridor, or the Chicken's Neck as it is known. Several trains to North Bengal have been cancelled, including Vande Bharat Express, including Sialda Bamanhat Uttar Banga Express. All of these trains that use that railway route have been cancelled as well. This accident took place at about 8:30 in the morning. The Kanchenjunga Express was believed to be stationary. A goods train that had pulled out of the NJP yard rammed into it from behind, leading to at least 3 coaches of the Kanchenjunga Express being derailed. Luckily, there were 2 parcel vans at the end of the train, which meant the impact of the collision was largely on these parcel vans. And the casualties have come from the 3rd coach, of course, which was the guard van and the passenger van. So, luckily, these 2 parcel vans took the impact and greatly perhaps reduced the loss of life. And the railways, of course, now focusing on restoring the rail route in that area.
Saurabh, thank you for joining us with all those details. But now, in fact, the opposition is raising questions on the focus of the government as far as the safety for Indian Railways is concerned. Remember, their accusation has been that the Indian Railways are understaffed and underfunded, and that is leading to the focus not being on the safety measures for the Indian Railways. 9 people have died in this accident and over 50 are injured. The opposition, in fact, led by Rahul Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee from the TMC, in fact, party chief and chief minister of West Bengal, have been leading the charge. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has on a post on X has said that I express my deepest condolences to all bereaved families and hope for the speedy recovery of the injured. The government should immediately provide further compensation to all the victims of or their families. The Congress workers are requested to provide all possible assistance in relief and rescue operations. The increase in railway accidents in the last 10 years is a direct result of the mismanagement and negligence of the Modi government, which results in loss of lives and property of the passengers on a daily basis.
অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হতেই পারে, অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট কারো হাতে নেই, এটা ফ্যাক্ট। কিন্তু সাথে সাথে এটাও ফ্যাক্ট, অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি তৈরি করে দিয়েছিলাম। এই যত দেখছেন কলকাতা মেট্রো থেকে শুরু করে বেহালা যোগাযোগ লোকালি করে দেওয়ার সমস্ত বন্দোবস্তই আমরা যতটা পারলাম করে গেলাম। সকাল থেকে পুরো ঘটনাটা আমি সকাল 9টা থেকে মনিটরিং করেছি এবং আমাদের অফিসাররা, স্থানীয় লোকেরা আজকে ঈদ থাকা সত্ত্বেও অনেক মাইনরিটি ছেলেমেয়েরাও তারা ছুটি না করে বাড়িতে তারাও কাজে অংশগ্রহণ করেছে। আমার জুনিয়র ডাক্তাররা, সিনিয়র ডাক্তাররা, নার্সরা
have also been coordinating rescue and relief. Junior doctors, nurses
যৌথ উদ্যোগে সবাই কাজ করে
have also been working to provide relief.
মোটামুটি যারা এখন আছেন এখানে আমি যেটা দেখলাম একটি কেস ছাড়া বাদবাকি মোটামুটি স্টেবল আছে।
The people who are still at the hospital,
কাজেই সবাইকে ঠিকমতো
except for one case, the rest of them are largely stable.
বাড়িতে পৌঁছে দেওয়ার ব্যবস্থা করা।
Everyone has to be treated properly and they have to be sent to their homes. We are doing all of that.
নর্থ বেঙ্গল স্টেট ট্রান্সপোর্টের বাস দিয়ে আমরা পাঠিয়েছি যারা শিয়ালদার পর
We have arranged for 9 North Bengal State Transport buses in the morning so that people can reach their homes.
and even the mayor has been asked to be there at the Sialda station.
Morning, when nobody was aware the incident, I just got the information about 9 o'clock. Then I started my helping the people, and all the monitoring I did through my chief secretary, my home secretary, my district magistrate, and the police ADG law and order, and with the help of health department, we just sent medical van to disaster team, to our doctors, to medical personalities, to helping hands, to help the family, and to restore the normalcy. And especially, you know, the rescue operation was over within few hours. And after getting the information in total, then I tried to come, but there was no communication. Just 4:30 there is a flight, and then I first came here to see all the patients, and patients also. There are some patients from Bardhaman, from Krishnanagar, from local also, and there are some patients.
Right, Mamata Banerjee there, in fact, speaking to the media. But let me bring in Saurabh at this moment. All right, let's just listen in once again to what Mamata Banerjee is saying.
I am sorry, एक्सीडेंट होता है, लेकिन बात ये है कि हमने जब रेल मिनिस्टर थे तब मैंने 2-3 इंसिडेंट देखा. उसका पहले नीतीश जी का टाइम में भी कई साल इंसिडेंट मैंने देखा, जो इंसिडेंट का थोड़ा ही नजदीक है. तो मैंने खुद जाके मुंबई में कोंकण रेलवे के पास जाके हम एंटी कॉल्यूशन डिवाइस उसको तैयार किया, उसको चालू किया. इसका बाद एंटी कॉल्यूशन जो होता है, जो कॉल्यूशन होता है, उसको हम रुक दिया था. लेकिन अभी रेलवे में क्या हो रहा है मेरे को पता तो नहीं है, लेकिन लोगों को अभी रेल छोड़ के बाइक लेने पड़ता है, साइकिल लेने पड़ता है. कभी कभी किसको मालूम ही नहीं होता कैसे घर जाएगा. कोई इंफॉर्मेशन छोड़ के गाड़ी छूट जाता है, गाड़ी बंद कर देता है, बहुत सारी दिक्कत होता है.
Mamata Banerjee there hitting out at the government, in fact, speaking about the time when she was the railway minister, and also Nitish Kumar before Mamata Banerjee took over. We are slipping into a very short break at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
High-level meeting over Manipur, in fact, has concluded at the Ministry of Home Affairs. This meeting was chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. In this key meeting, top officials were present. Home Minister met with the Army Chief, the DGP, and the top officials of Manipur. As far as this meeting is concerned, remember yesterday he had met the Governor of the state. Home Minister reviews the security situation in Manipur. Army Chief General Pandey, senior Manipur officials were present at this meeting. So what happened? What is the new protocol? Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Aishwarya, important meeting which has concluded now. Interestingly, the Chief Minister not part of this meeting, while yesterday the Home Minister met the Governor and all the other senior officials today.
Well, what it hints to is something that remains to be seen, but we all know that it's been a year when we have witnessed the violence and unrest incidents in the state of Manipur, and recently as well there had been several incidents of violence that was reported, and certainly looking at that, this crucial meeting was called by Home Minister Amit Shah, in which top officials from the Assam Rifles, from the CRPF, from the Army as well attended this meeting, and fresh directives had been issued by the Home Minister to reassure that there should be peace in the entire region. Remember, it was Home Minister Amit Shah who himself visited to the state of Manipur, and for those 3 days he met several of the individuals, representatives of both the communities in Manipur, Kuki and the Metis, and urged them that there should be peace, and also assured the people of Manipur that within 6 to 7 months there will be peace that would be restored in the state. Now, soon after that, there was peace committees that was constituted by the Home Ministry, and that the Home Ministry had clearly saying that after the peace committees holded several of the talks, there were violence that was reduced to almost zero in the valley. But recently we have seen how the Chief Minister's convoy was attacked. It was a fire incident that broke out just near the Secretariat, and also several violence incident that were reported from the hilly areas as well. Yesterday, it was Manipur governor who was summoned, and she apprised Home Minister about the current situation. But now, what are the fresh directives? Whether there is more requirement of the security personnel to be deployed in the hilly areas of Manipur, and what measures needs to be taken as far as the Home Ministry is concerned. To look at that, now the meeting just had concluded, in which Home Minister Amit Shah, Army Chief Designate, DG of the Manipur Police, the advisor to the Government of India for the state of Manipur, including several top officials from the security point of view, had attended this meeting, and directives had been issued. We'll get to know about what particular had been stated by Home Minister in a short while from now, but certainly at this point of time, a very high level of security meeting just concluded at the Home Ministry on the Manipur security situation.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
It's time to give you some interesting tip, because see, हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं, sometimes guys there is this fear of जब आप फ़ोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फ़ोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left, or like sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस। लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं, चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने, एंड आई मीन यू डोंट नो कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा। आई हैव अ टिप फॉर यू।
Brief power outage at Delhi airport. Power outage impacts boarding and check-in facilities. Delhi airport says backup was operational in just a few minutes. Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives. Railway Minister visits the accident site. Ashwini Vaishnav says not the time for politics, focus on restoration. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an important meeting over Manipur security situation. Top officials present at this meeting. Rahul Gandhi to vacate Wayanad and retain Raebareli as the Lok Sabha MP. Decision likely in key Congress meeting. Buzz over Priyanka Gandhi contesting the bypolls in Wayanad. Mahavar erupts on EVM manipulation. In Mumbai, unauthorized phone was used at the counting center. Opposition says opposition win, in fact, under suspicion. Meanwhile, the BJP defends the action, says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics continues over the price hike. BJP protests. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah calls it double speak. It was a big question after Rahul Gandhi won both Raebareli and Wayanad. Which is the constituency that Rahul Gandhi is retaining and which one will he let go of? Now, after long deliberation, it seems that Wayanad will be the constituency that Rahul Gandhi would be leaving as the MP and will continue to serve the 18th Lok Sabha as their Member of Parliament from Raebareli constituency. Now, there is an important meeting. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, along with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Priyanka Gandhi, have been part of this meeting at Mr. Kharge's residence. The decision on Wayanad is likely what the sources, in fact, are telling NDTV. But the big question then would be whether Priyanka Gandhi is going to bite the bullet and, enter the electoral fray in the bypolls of Wayanad. To try and make sense of all this, I'm being joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is with us at this moment. Sunil, it will be interesting to see who the candidate is. Can we say with certainty now Rahul Gandhi is going to leave Wayanad? And then, of course, the next question, will Priyanka Gandhi be the candidate from this constituency?
Well, so two things. Of course, Rahul Gandhi has a deadline of today. By tomorrow, it will be the last day. You have to do it within 14 days of the elections announcement, the results. So, which constituency you plan to take, either Raebareli or Wayanad. And what we have been reporting on NDTV since the 5th and 6th of June has been that he will keep Raebareli and give up Wayanad. So that formal decision is expected shortly, as you rightly pointed out. And ideally, they would like Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as we've been reporting earlier, to contest from Wayanad. The big question is, will that announcement be made immediately? Not likely, because there is still a lot of time. And this will be done with the consultation of the Wayanad people as well as the Kerala Congress before that formal decision is taken. But definitely the Kerala Congress unit, the state unit, is keen that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra contest from there. The big other question is who will be the leader of opposition, Ankit. And Rahul Gandhi had been requested by the Congress Working Committee to take up that task and do it. And he said he'll take and deliberate about it. But sources have indicated that he's not inclined towards that. And that leaves the big question mark on who will it be. Will it be Kumari Selja, who's a veteran parliamentarian? Or will it be Gaurav Gogoi? Or will it be Manish Tiwari, amongst others? So these are some things that will have to be now considered and finally decided, as well as how they plan to go about in terms of various other party affairs and matters of state which need to be discussed, apart from how the Congress hasn't done in certain constituencies well, prepare for the state elections and many other decisions.
That's right. Important meeting taking there, in fact, being at the residence of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Moving on to Sikkim, where 50 stranded tourists were evacuated in Sikkim. The tourists, in fact, are being evacuated in small batches. The process is underway in phases. Tourists were stranded since June 12th. The evacuation process of the stranded tourists have begun, and it is being done through roadways this afternoon, even as airlifting of the stranded tourists was not possible due to the bad weather and heavy rains. Despite incessant rains and multiple landslides that took over this entire area, the evacuation will take place in batches. A total of 50 tourists have been evacuated so far. In fact, from North Sikkim, among the other places with no road connectivity and major bridges which have been washed out by Teesta River. A rescue team had foot march from Mangan to Laochung on Sunday to oversee the evacuation process. Initially, authorities had planned to evacuate tourists by airlifting them by the Indian Air Force, but due to bad weather conditions, tourists had to be evacuated on foot. The Indian Air Force helicopters are kept on standby at the Bagrogra airport. If the weather permits, they will in fact make these sorties. The political slugfest over EVM unlocking charge continues in Maharashtra. Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray has said that Vaikar shouldn't take oath as he has, in fact, remember, won the Northwest Mumbai seat by only 48 votes. Sanjay Raut has said Vaikar's win is now under suspicion. He also said the complaint filed by the Wandrai police station, in fact, in this controversy over a mobile phone at the counting center is still being investigated. The BJP, meanwhile, has said that the opposition is spreading false narrative and the midday publications have now apologized after the Election Commission notice to the publication over their news report of the OTP being linked to the phone which was found with Mr. Vaikar's relative.
अब ये फोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल, वो हारा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फ़ोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वंदराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
इलेक्शन कमीशन और सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि ये विश्वास न उठ जाए, अगर कंफ्यूजन हो तो क्लियर हो जाए। उसके लिए जो भी आगे जाते हुए रणनीति करनी हो, जिसके विपक्ष के लोगों को विश्वास में लेते हुए एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसीजर करके एक फैक्ट चेकिंग या क्रॉस चेकिंग करने की जरूरत है।
If you see the debate that has been joined by the Congress people, most of these people are people who are so happy with the narrative that the EVM can be hacked that they don't want to understand the underlying logic or technology. And at least 85-90% of the people who are so, including Rahul Gandhi and his cronies, who are jumping on this debate, have absolutely no sense of what the EVM as a system is.
Moving to Karnataka now, after in the actor Darshan case where the top star has been in fact arrested for a murder charge, he has now spoken out. In fact, another top star has spoken out, and Kucha Sideep says that he wants swift justice in this case.
Everybody's heart goes out to that family, and not only that family, sari kaanista illa. Plan ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಚೇಂಬರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದಿರೋ ಚೇಂಬರ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರೋದು ನ್ಯಾಯ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾಳೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಡೆಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ತುಂಬ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಮೇನ್ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನೋವು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
Right. In fact, the middle class is once again being hit by fuel price hike, not only in Karnataka, but now also milk prices and other essential commodities have their prices have also gone up. The BJP, meanwhile, held a protest against the Karnataka government for the fuel price hike. Under fire, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended the decision. He said the fuel prices are lower compared to neighboring states.
Raised on petrol, sale tax. 3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
Right. Let me, in fact, at this moment play out for you. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal spoke to Mr. Hardeep Puri, the petroleum minister, who has hit out at the Karnataka government.
Sir, Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is defending his move for freezing petrol and diesel prices by saying that the prices are still lower than that of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, which are which are similar economy-sized states and which are also NDA ruled.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka has, I think, ma'am, made two basic points. One is that in their 10-year period, representative period, the hike was much less. And the second, that it's not his fault, it is the fault of the center, because the center is not devolving or is not passing on the required funds to the state governments. I want to take this opportunity, thanks to your hospitality, to respond to both of these things. They're both absurd, because I'll give you the figure, first of all, on what the hike was in Bangalore, Karnataka between 2004 and 14. Insofar as petrol is concerned, the hike was 84%. 2004, 2014, 84% increase. In other words, from 43 rupees 7 paisa, the price per litre went up to 79 rupees 24 paisa. For diesel, the hike means a hike from 28 rupees 41 paisa to 60 rupees 1 paisa. In our 10-year period, I mean the NDS 10-year period, 2014 to 2024, our hike was 26%. It has gone up from 79 rupees 24 paise to 99 rupees 84 paise, 26%, as against 84% then. Even now in April 24, it was only 99 rupees as against their 79 rupees 10 years later. Okay, we didn't let it go up.
Quick break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer.
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has reacted after the opposition's, attack on him. The Chief Minister said needs to break the nexus between the drug mafia. The statement of the Chief Minister comes on 14 deaths in Punjab in the last 14 days. He said there is a need to start a social wave against drug abuse in the state. It has been found that outsiders in the village smuggle drugs in connivance with the local people. Now there will be a need to break this nexus. The BJP, meanwhile, has targeted the Aam Aadmi Party over the increasing drug menace in the state of Punjab. BJP President Sunil Jakhar has said that this is happening because of the Chief Minister's deep slumber. Aam Aadmi Party has responded, saying BJP's claim of drug menace He said Gujarat, Maharashtra are sending drugs to Punjab. So it's become a full war of words, in fact, at this moment in the state. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet Cheena, who's joining us with more details on this story. Gurpreet, now, drug menace in Punjab, not a new phenomena, but the Aam Aadmi Party came to power saying that they will fix this problem.
Well, yes, we have seen for the political party, this was one of the main agenda during the polls. We have seen yesterday the BJP as well as the Congress leader, they targeted Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that somewhere down the lane, it seems the government had failed from all the fronts to control drug menace at the grassroots level. Today we have seen the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, has already assured and saying there is need to create a social wave against the drugs, and they are already aware of some nexus which is being run and prevailing in the state of Punjab, and they will definitely break this nexus which is still prevailing in the various pockets of Punjab. For the last so many days, we have seen in the 14 days, 14 drug cases have come up. After that, it has become a political issue in the state of Punjab. We have seen the Congress leader and leader of opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa has also attacked the Aam Aadmi Party government on this drug menace which is prevailing in the state of Punjab. So let's see that what type of strategy they are going to chalk out. We have seen yesterday also, today also, Punjab police is holding multiple raids at the multiple locations, and they are running operation against this drug menace, and a huge recovery has been made by on the directions of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann from the various locations of Punjab. So let's see that what type of a strategy they are going to form so that the Punjab will be able to come out of this drug menace. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. Yesterday, the Union Home Minister chaired a high-level meeting on the Jammu and Kashmir security situation after 4 back-to-back terror strikes were reported in a week. We bring you a ground report from the Poonch area in Jammu and Kashmir on how the security apparatus is now dealing with this new challenge.
A bustling marketplace in Poonch as people go about their daily lives and prepare for Eid. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of Pir Panjal region. While the army intensifies patrolling after spike in terrorist attacks, searching these dense forests is a most challenging task. It's in these mountains highly trained Pakistani terrorists are hiding and carrying out attack after attack.
It was after a gap of 18 years militancy resurfaced in Poonch Rajouri region. The first major attack was carried out in these forests of Surankot in October 2021. Since then, attack after attack and troubling reality of Pir Panjal mountains has upset all the security calculations about Jammu and Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370.
The recent attacks and targeting of Yatra bus last week has evoked a strong response from the central government. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi asked security forces to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities, Home Minister called high-level security review meet on Sunday to deal with the challenge. On ground zero, the first major concern is the security of Hindu community in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley regions. It's in these areas terrorists had targeted and massacred many Hindus before they were eliminated 2 decades ago. After attack on Yatris, police say terrorists are trying to create situation like 1990s and vowed to finish them one by one.
फिर उसी तरीके का एक चैलेंज अगर हमारे सामने दुश्मन रख रहा है तो हम एकदम से दृढ़निष्ठ हैं, हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि हम इनको मुंह करारा जवाब देंगे, चुन चुन कर एक एक कर, हम ज्यादा तो तादाद नहीं हैं, हम इनको मार गिराएंगे.
As the terror threats looms, police have revamped the village defense guards. The civilian militias armed by the government to defend against terror attacks. Most of 2800 VDGs in both Doda and Poonch, Rajouri region are drawn from Hindu community. In this village in Poonch, police are sensitizing VDGs to remain extra alert after recent attacks.
हमें लगभग 20 साल हो गए हैं। इससे पहले भी हमने जब मिलिटेंसी पीक पर थी तो हम दिन रात जो अपना फ़र्ज़ निभाते रहे और शाना बशाना जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सेना के साथ खड़े रहे।
सर कुछ ऐसे हमले हुए हैं, कुछ बाहर हुए हैं, कुछ कहीं हुए हैं। इसकी वजह से हमको JK पुलिस ने एक्ट रखा हुआ है कि कभी भी कहीं भी आपकी ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, आपके गांव में ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, कोई ऐसा दिखता है हमको फ़ोन करके बताओ।
उठाया सर, देखते हैं अब जैसे बार बार हमले हो रहे हैं, जैसे हमें पुलिस ने बताया कि आप अलर्ट रहो, हम अलर्ट हैं। सर इतनी ज़्यादा ट्रेनिंग तो चल पर इतनी हिम्मत रखते हैं, इतना तो कर लेंगे।
ट्रेनिंग से ज़्यादा हिम्मत
है अपनी सर, वो कर लेंगे।
देश की सेवा, अपने परिवार की सेवा, खुद की सेवा करने के लिए। जो यात्रियों पे अटैक हुआ है और भी 2-3 हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से हमें एक्टिवेट किया गया है सर।
In 2003, a successful joint operation by the army and police with the unwavering support of locals literally eliminated militancy. But since 2021, there's been a disturbing resurgence. The deadly attack that started in Poonch and Rajouri has now spread to Doda region. Syed Afadul Mujtaba, a former police officer who led the elimination of militancy in Rajouri in 2003, says resurgence of terrorism in the region can be defeated only if local population is on the side of the government.
We are not dealing with, as police officers, we are not dealing with the territory, we are dealing with the population. And if more of the population is on your side, the task becomes easier. So there was a need and there is a need to do a comprehensive policing in which you carry along all the people so that the flow of information comes to you.
June 9, 2024, 9 pilgrims were killed after attack on bus in Riyasi. May 4, 2024, attack on Air Force, 1 airman killed and 5 injured. December 21, 2023, an army vehicle ambushed in which 4 soldiers were killed. November 5, 5 soldiers including 2 captains killed in ambush. April to May 2023, 10 soldiers killed in twin attacks. In the year 2023, 18 personnel killed in 5 terror attacks. 39 soldiers killed since 2021 in the region. In May 2022, 4 pilgrims killed in terror attack on a bus. At least 20 civilians killed since 2021. Sources say at least 3-4 terrorist groups are operating in Poonch and Rajouri region, an almost equal number in Doda region. In November last year, Army said that 25-30 Pakistani terrorists are operating in Poonch and Rajouri. None of them was killed so far in the region. The terrorists, who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare, are using state-of-art weapons including US-made M4 carbine and armor-piercing bullets. The micro-satellite communication system, which is hard to intercept, has also made it to terrorist wherewithal. Despite large-scale detention of locals after every attack, security forces appear to be clueless. After major attack on Army Special Forces in November, the Army said that the terrorists have been trained several countries including Afghanistan and Pakistan.
इनकी ट्रेनिंग कई देशों में हो सकता है हुई हो, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान हो सकता है वहाँ भी इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई हो, और ये काफ़ी ट्रेंड फॉरेन टेररिस्ट थे और इसलिए इनको ख़त्म करने में थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन हमारे बहादुर जवानों ने प्राणों की चिंता ना करते हुए भी ये सराहनीय कार्य किया.
Among the fallen commandos of Special Forces was Havaldar Abdul Majid. His family at Ajot village, right on the line of control in Poonch, say that they are proud of the sacrifice of their fallen commando for the nation, but they worry about the repeated infiltration.
उनकी इस शहादत पे मुझे फ़ख्र है. उन्होंने ये अपने देश को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान गंवा दी है. चलो इस पे मुझे फ़ख्र है.
ये कहीं कुएं से नहीं पैदा होते, कहीं दरख्तों से नहीं पैदा होते, ये बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके आते हैं. जो भी आतंकवादी आता है बाहर से आता है.
Officials say series of attacks on armed forces and innocent civilians in Jammu region is a clear intent to escalate situation and create communal strife. the cross-border drug trafficking, which has become a serious challenge over the last 4 years, is also seen as a major enabler of resurgence of deadly militancy. And dealing with this challenge is more complex than it may appear. In Pir Panjal, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई app store नहीं था. जी हाँ, there was no app store whatsoever. आपके पास में वही apps थी जो Apple ने फ़ोन में इंस्टॉल करके दी थी. Eventually अगले साल App Store का जन्म हुआ and we, I mean today all know that how popular this App Store is. और आपको कोई भी latest app अगर use करनी होती है, आप
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav and lots lined up on the show, including the political slugfest over fuel price hike in Bengaluru and the NEET controversy. But first, the headlines we're tracking this hour. And starting with that tragic collision between a goods train and the Kanchenjunga Express in West Bengal, which left 9 people dead. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav visits the site and says the focus at the moment is on restoration. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting over the Manipur security situation with top officials from the strife-torn northeastern state. Will Priyanka Gandhi contest from Wayanad as Rahul Gandhi vacates the seat and keeps Rai Bareli? Key decision likely at a high-level Congress meeting. Our top focus this evening, the political slugfest over fuel prices took center stage in Bengaluru as BJP leaders dramatically rode on bullock carts to protest the state government's decision to increase sales tax on petrol and diesel, leading to an increase in petrol price by 3 rupees to 102 rupees and 84 paise, and diesel price to 88 rupees and 95 paise. While the BJP accused the state government of poor financial management, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah hit back and pointed out that Karnataka fuel prices are still lower than neighbouring states and even BJP-ruled states like Maharashtra. This face-off is expected to grow louder and sharper in the coming days.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah's decision to hike the petrol and diesel prices have affected the people of Karnataka. It has affected every section of the society in the entire state. So Bharatiya Janata Party has taken this issue. We are protesting across the state. We are demanding the Chief Minister to take back his decision of increasing prices.
3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised the additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
Well, so who's responsible for the high fuel prices in the midst of that deafening political exchange? Joining us for possibly a more tempered exchange, Sudha Halkai of the BJP and Lavanya Balal Jain of the Congress. Sudha, the argument of the state government is that the prices in Karnataka are still lower, much lower than Maharashtra or even Tamil Nadu, irrespective of whether it is the BJP or an INDIA ally governing the state. So why accuse the state government at this stage when it is purely trying to revise sales tax to generate some revenue?
Veer Raghav, my question to the Karnataka state government is why they are increasing the prices of all the commodities. Starting from electricity, they have made it double. Take it to the liquor taxes, they have they have increased it by 3 times. Take it the property taxes, they have increased by twice. Take it the milk, they have increased. Take it the stamp duty, they have increased. They have increased the property prices as well. Why are they looting the people of Karnataka? Is this the return gift to the people of Karnataka to get them with a thumping majority? And why are they not leaving a single leaf unturned to increase the burden of the people of Karnataka? And what Mr. Siddaramaiah is saying that it is less than any other state in the south, let him not take this credit because it was Mr. Bommaiji who had reduced the taxes of the fuel in Karnataka. When the excise duty was reduced by the central government, and they had requested all the states to reciprocate and decrease the prices. That time it was all the BJP government in the other states also they had decreased. Likewise, Mr. Bommaiji had reduced the prices, and the feather for this decision goes on his cap. It is not for Mr. Siddaramaiah. For everything, the prices are increasing.
Okay, let me take that question across to Lavanya Balal. Lavanya, Dr. Sudha is saying taka-tak. Once elections are over, you want to increase prices. The middle class is caught in the midst. Your response?
Good evening, Vera. Actually, the VAT on the fuel in Karnataka has been increased by a small percentage by Siddaramaiah government in the last couple of days. It is not the taxes that have been increased. Let me give the chronology. The double engine sarkar of the Karnataka state, the then BJP government in the state and in the central, the double engine sarkar, what they did was they collaborated and they kept reducing the VAT on petrol and diesel in Karnataka, while the central government kept on increasing the taxes, and that way the profits, major chunk would go to the central government. The resources of the state government kept reducing at that point of time. Now, the state government also needs resources to run a state, and everybody knows about that. Now, when we look at the comparative rates of the prices, the price of fuel is still less than Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. As of today, the price of fuel is higher in Gujarat than in Karnataka. Now, when we are talking about VAT and the taxes, of course, the BJP conveniently forgets the toll rates have increased and all of that stuff. We would like to focus only on Karnataka and say we are just ensuring that the Karnataka state has enough resources, because the central government, BJP-led central government in the previous term also, as everybody knows, has done everything to reduce the resources coming back in the form of GST taxes or GST revenues to the state of Karnataka. For every 1 rupee that we pay, we get less than 30 paise.
Can I interrupt?
Whereas more than 3 rupees goes to the state of UP, which pays less than us. So all of these disparity is leading to problems in our state.
Can I interrupt? The excise tax, they probably
this
they
is
have
a
forgotten
larger
that
economic
42%,
argument. Let's
that is
stick to fuel
42%
prices,
of the...
because for want of time, Dr. Sudha, let's stick to fuel prices. Who is responsible for fuel prices being high? The state government
because this is increased.
Has enough responsibility to bring the prices down.
This is the state government's responsibility to get it down, and let me tell them that the excise tax, what is collected by the central government, 42% of it is returned to the Karnataka. Even this year, 1,42,000 crores has been sent to Karnataka for all the development of the infrastructures. Why don't they mention that?
Veera Raghav, a quick interjection, please.
Okay, go ahead, Lavanya.
Yes, we are all aware of why the Karnataka state government has gone to Supreme Court against the central government, because they have diverted and they have not sent the funds that is rightfully the Karnataka state's share. And that is why we are fighting it out in the Supreme Court of India. And while I would just like to remind people this. So, when fuel prices...
The Congress has a habit of going for court for everything.
Take it defense, take it Aadhaar, take it EVM, take it everything. Sudhaji, I didn't interrupt while you're talking. So while the fuel prices rose to 100 under Modi's second term, the BJP kept saying, we are willing to pay 500 rupees.
Irrespective of this, are middle class easy targets, fuel price easy targets to generate revenue? First, Lavanya Balal.
Exactly. 3,000 crores is going to be collected by this, and this is going to be given to the Shakti Yojana.
The question was for me, Sudhaji. Question was for me, Sudhaji.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, please don't interrupt.
Yes, please go ahead, Lavanya.
So as I was saying, Veera Raghav, I would like to remind the BJP, when the fuel prices shot to rupees 100 under Modi's second term, they were the ones who claimed, you know what, we are willing to pay 500 rupees. If so be it, we will pay whatever the price for the fuel. Have they forgotten their own words? What are they talking about
Has Mr. Sidramaya forgotten what he had told when the prices have increased? Mr. Sidramaya has forgotten what all he had told?
Dr. Sudhaji, please have some decorum. I never interrupt while you're talking.
I have to interrupt because when you're talking about we have forgotten, I have to remind you. Please don't remind me of the manners. You people are looting the people of Karnataka. Don't question about all this. You people are looting the people of Karnataka today.
The fact is,
please continue with your rant, Ms. Sudhaji. I will do the same thing to you. I will not let you talk, Ms. Sudha.
No, let's end this conversation here. This is, this requires deeper economic understanding as well as, going beyond the political exchange. It seems like the middle class is caught in the midst. The question of who should keep the fuel prices lower is a very important question that needs to be addressed. But from that exchange to the murder case against Kannada actor and star Darshan Tugudeepa. While the police have now sent a notice to question famous Kannada comedian Chikkanna in the case, popular Kannada actor Sudeep spoke out on the case today. Sudeep and Darshan have had a strained blow-hot, blow-cold relationship, if we can call it that, in the past. He said a ban by the film chamber on Darshan was a secondary issue and the focus has to be on justice in the case. He said everyone is closely watching the investigations and ensuring justice prevails is That's the key focus. Meanwhile, the police conducted more searches at the scene of crime and have sent notices, as we mentioned, to comedian Chikkanna, as he is supposed to have met Darshan on the day Renuka Swami was brought from Chitradurga, and they want to find out if he had any inkling of the conspiracy.
Everybody's heart goes out to that family. And not only that family, ಸರಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಚೇಂಬರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದಿರೋ ಚೇಂಬರ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರೋದು ನ್ಯಾಯ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗುಂಜಿನ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾಳೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಡೆಸಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ತುಂಬ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನೋವು ಪಡೆದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
From that crime now to former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa, who appeared before the CID for questioning in the POCSO case against him. Remember, Yediyurappa is facing charges of having molested a 17-year-old girl when she had visited the octogenarian along with her mother in February this year for seeking help in cases that the mother had filed against some officials. Yediyurappa had repeatedly maintained that he is being falsely implicated in the case and had only tried to help the victims. The mother of the alleged victim passed away due to health issues recently, but the CID had recorded statements of both the mother and the 17-year-old daughter and has also investigated several other possible witnesses in the case. They've also investigated some associates of Yediyurappa for allegedly tampering with evidence. It remains to be seen how the investigators proceed in this case after the questioning of the former Chief Minister. Now to our continuing focus on the NEET controversy. With several controversial revelations over irregularities in the examination process being unearthed, and the Union Education Minister admitting that there were irregularities and that officials of the National Testing Agency will be taken to task, sharp opponents of the NEET system, the political opponents we mean, are now questioning the continuance of the system itself. In a strongly worded post on social media, DMK Chief and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has asked the centre not to continue defending NEET for admissions to undergraduate medical education. In a strongly worded tweet, M.K. Stalin pointed out to the latest arrests made in Gujarat over tampering of OMR sheets and even accusations of bribes being paid to officials. He says in his tweet, this conspiracy implicating a school principal, physics teacher and NEET coaching centres underscores the urgent need for systemic change. He goes on to add, and I quote, the union government must stop defending this anti-student, anti-social and anti-poor NEET system. NDTV's Sam Daniel also spoke to DMK Rajya Sabha MP and lawyer for the Tamil Nadu government in the NEET case at the Supreme Court, P. Wilson.
How do you look at the Supreme Court's order today asking the 1,563 students to either accept the marks without grace marks or go for a retest?
No, that was a submission made by National Testing Agency to the Supreme Court that this 1,563 students who have been given this grace marks, either they can take the grace marks or they can go for an examination. Now, if they go for an examination, grace marks, no, not they are not entitled for the grace marks. That's what they say. Either they don't have the grace marks, or if those students, that is 1,563 students, want to do examination, they will conduct a separate examination. Right. No, first of all, conducting a separate examination to 1,563 students for one subject, how can this examination be accepted? That too for a limited purpose, limited students. So for X you will have different types of question paper, and for other students you will have a common entrance examination. What is the reason behind and object behind NEET? So therefore, that is why our leader, Honorable Chief Minister Mr. M.K. Stalin, has rightfully said that we don't believe in NEET examination. NEET brings inequalities, not only inequalities but even illegalities. We stand vindicated by our way of bringing a bill to scrap this NEET.
Strong political statements from the DMK, but the question this evening, in the wake of such sharp political attacks and the controversy that's surrounding the NEET process, are the foundation of the NEET system under threat? Joining us this evening, Narayan Tirupati, Vice President of the Tamil Nadu BJP, educationist Dr. Latika Gupta, and DMK spokesperson Salem Dharanitharan. My first question to you, Salem Dharanitharan, while you can question the process and while there have been flaws in the process which needs to be addressed, is the DMK's position now again reiterating its stand of questioning the very foundation and the system of NEET for undergraduate medical admissions, because there are those who are also firmly in favor of the system?
Hi, firstly, thank you for having me in the show. We reject NEET for 3 reasons. The first and the foremost is any entrance exam is anti-merit, and second, because of the irregularities, and third, because it's anti-federal. Why anti-federal? Because all the governmental colleges in Tamil Nadu, medical colleges, are run on Tamil Nadu taxpayers' money, and Tamil Nadu has the best medical system. How can you come and say that we will have to write an exam which is forced on us? How is it fair, right? And first and foremost, anti-merit. Why is NEET anti-merit? It is not just in India. Across the world, the rhetoric is that any entrance exam is antithesis to the concept of merit. Across the world, a lot of research has been done. In fact, the Harvard professor, Mr. Sanders, came out and wrote an interesting book, Tyranny of Merit. And then most Ivy League universities in the US also now stopped considering SAT for admission to undergrad program. This has now gone on to even universities in Europe. Because any entrance exam, let's say NIT, NITs in India, for example, before they became NIT, they were RECs. And when they were RECs in Tamil Nadu, 50% were from Tamil Nadu quota, 50% All India quota. And same thing continued after it became NIT. But when it became NIT, it was through AIEEE entrance exam. And before becoming NIT, it was through school marks. So when it were through school marks, 50% of the students were filled through Tamil Nadu quota, 80% came from urban areas. Sorry, 80% came from across Tamil Nadu, only 20% from Chennai. But when it became NIT through AIEEE exam, 80% came from Chennai, only 20% from rest of Tamil Nadu. And that too, the 80% were from select schools. That itself shows that any entrance exam is anti-merit. And look at the irregularities. How can you randomly give marks?
You're making a point. I want to get Narayan Tirupati before we go forward, Salem Dharanitharan. Narayan Tirupati, the DMK is questioning again the very foundations of NEET, the concept itself in terms of going forward after these controversies.
Again, all these things, what all Salem Dharanitharan has put forward, these have been discussed in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has ordered for a NEET. So, if at all they have anything, they have to. Even the Minister of Tamil Nadu government has said that they will not go to the court because they very well know what the court will say. But we have to understand that too, in order to clear all these things only, in the February month, we have brought, the Lok Sabha had brought a very serious bill, to strictly deal with the malpractice and irregularities in competitive examinations, and provisioning, 10 years imprisonment and, 1 crore punishment. So we need to understand that the human errors have to be punished, and you cannot say the system is bad. In 2022, there was a 10th and 12th paper leak in Tamil Nadu. Have they banned the entire exams? 10th and 12th exams still running. For the past so many decades, thousands and thousands of 12th standard students and 10th standard students have committed suicide, fearing of exams or failure in exams. Have they banned 10th standard and 12th standard exams? No. See, even in these paper leaks, the government officials are involved, were involved. So what is that? You have to bring laws which should definitely stop it. That is the main thing.
Both of you are making important points. Dr. Latika, you'll have to hold on because I believe we need to cut across to some live pictures coming of Rahul Gandhi along with Mallikarjun Kharge. Remember, there was a high-level meeting there to decide on the future course of action as far as who could potentially contest from Wayanad if Rahul Gandhi steps out.
वेकेट करना पड़ता है और एक सीट पे वो कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, और वो कल लास्ट डेट रहने की वजह से आज हम बैठ के सभी ने, पार्टी ने ये तय कर दिया कि राहुल गांधी जी अपना रायबरेली का सीट रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि रायबरेली ये पहले से भी उनके बहुत नज़दीक है। उस फैमिली के साथ बड़ा जुड़ाव है वहाँ से, और पीढ़ियों से वहाँ पर वो लड़ते आए हैं। इसीलिए वहाँ के लोगों का भी कहना है और पार्टी के लोगों का भी कहना है कि पार्टी के लिए ये अच्छा होगा कि रायबरेली सीट वो रिटेन करे। और इससे महत्वपूर्ण जो है, जो वायनाड सीट पे वो लड़े हैं, वहाँ के लोगों का प्यार भी उनको मिला है। वहाँ के लोग भी यही चाहते हैं कि राहुल जी वायनाड सीट पे वो रिटेन कर दे। लेकिन कानून क्या हो गया, कानून इसके लिए इजाज़त नहीं देती। इसीलिए वो बड़े दुख के साथ, बड़े सोच समझ के हमने ये तय किया कि वायनाड से खाली सीट पे प्रियंका जी लड़ना चाहिए। और इसीलिए हम पार्टी के ओर से और मेरे ओर से उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि हमारी बात को उन्होंने रखी है और माना है दोनों ने। इसीलिए मैं आपके सामने आके डिक्लेयर कर रहा हूं कि दोनों एक तो रायबरेली सीट रहेगी और वायनाड में भी वो प्रियंका जी रहने से वहाँ के लोगों को भी एक हिम्मत मिलेगी कि राहुल गांधी जी यहाँ से छोड़े तो भी, वो छोड़ के तो जाने वाले नहीं है, छोड़े तो भी प्रियंका जी उन्होंने ये स्लोगन दिया है यूपी में। जब ये हाथरस का ये हादसा हुआ था तो उस वक्त उन्होंने कहा था, मैं लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ। तो वो लड़की लड़ सकती है वहाँ से। और हमारे पार्टी की तरफ से मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत कठिनाई में भी उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। और मैं बहुत ही उनका आभारी भी हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने इतनी कोशिश करके एक तो उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत सी जीत दिलाई, दूसरे जगह जो हम खोए हुए सीट थे अमेठी, उसको पुनर्जीत उन्होंने किया। और राहुल जी के सीट पे भी उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की और वो भी हमको जिताए। तो जीत बहुत उनके हाथ में है। इसीलिए ये दोनों काम हम करने जा रहे हैं। और आप सबको धन्यवाद। आपको
कमेटी का फैसला नहीं मानेंगे तो मैं उनके ऊपर अनुशासनात्मक कार्रवाई कर दूंगा। ये आपका फैसला मान रहे हैं कि नहीं मान रहे हैं, ये सवाल।
अरे वो आगे की बात है। आज नहीं, आज के दिन का ये निर्णय है। अगर ये मानने के बाद ही आगे का आएगा वो भी मैं बता दूंगा।
बट धमकी तो दी है, धमकी तो दी है। कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ने धमकी तो दी है। जी नहीं, मेरा 1 मिनट, सॉरी सर, मेरा रायबरेली से और वायनाड से इमोशनल कनेक्शन है। पिछले 5 सालों में मैं वायनाड का एमपी था और वायनाड के सब लोगों ने, हर पार्टी के लोगों ने प्यार दिया। तो उसके लिए मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं और पूरी ज़िंदगी उसको याद रखूंगा। प्रियंका वायनाड से चुनाव लड़ेगी, मगर मैं भी पीरियोडिकली वायनाड जाऊंगा और जो वायदे हमने वायनाड को किए थे उनको हम पूरा करेंगे। रायबरेली का पुराना रिश्ता है काफ़ी खुशी हो रही है कि मैं उनको फिर से रिप्रेजेंट करूंगा, मगर आसान निर्णय नहीं था, मुश्किल निर्णय था क्योंकि जुड़ाव दोनों के साथ है. सो I have an emotional relationship with both Raebareli and the people of Wayanad. And the last 5 years as Member of Parliament of Wayanad have been a fantastic experience, a very enjoyable experience. The people of Wayanad stood with me. The people of Wayanad gave me love and affection, every single person, regardless of party. They gave me support, love and affection. They gave me energy to fight in a very difficult time. So I will never forget that. I want everyone in Wayanad to know that Priyanka is going to fight the election in Wayanad. But I am going to be a frequent visitor to Wayanad, and I am going to be available to the people of Wayanad. And the commitments that I have made, we will stand by them, and we will try and deliver all those commitments. She's going to fight the election. I'm confident she's going to win the election, and she's going to be a very good representative for the people of Wayanad. People of Wayanad can think about it like this. You have now 2 members of parliament. One is my sister and one is me. And my doors are always open for you throughout the rest of my life. And I love every single person in Wayanad. Thank you.
बहुत खुश हूँ मैं. I'm very happy to be able to represent Wayanad, and all I'll say is that I won't let them feel his absence. As he said, he'll come many times with me, but I will work as hard and I will try my best to make everybody happy and to be a good representative. और रायबरेली के साथ तो मेरा बहुत ही पुराना रिश्ता भी है, और 20 सालों से मैंने काम किया है दोनों रायबरेली और अमेठी में, तो वो रिश्ता तो कहीं मतलब किसी भी तरह से टूट नहीं सकता. उसको कायम रखने के लिए हम दोनों हैं, और भैया की मैं मदद रायबरेली में भी करूंगी, और जैसे इन्होंने कहा हम दोनों रायबरेली में भी हम दोनों मौजूद होंगे और वायनाड में भी.
दोनों को 2 सांसद मिल रहे हैं. सिंपल सी बात है. ये आपके पॉलिटिकल लाइफ का इलेक्टोरल डेब्यूट है. हर राजनेता चुनाव में जाना चाहता है. आप पहली बार चुनाव में जा रही हैं, क्या कहेंगी इस बारे में? किस तरह की आपकी जो इस समय भावना है? एंड आर यू नर्वस?
Not at all. No. I'm not nervous at all.
बनना चाहिए इसको लेके पूरी पार्टी मांग रही है. आपकी क्या राय है अपने भाई को लेकर?
वो राय मैंने भाई को दे दी है.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू. आज 2 घोषणाएं कर दी, क्या नेता विपक्ष को लेकर कब तक फैसला होगा?
अरे जल्दी करूंगा.
Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
पैसाबाजार.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Good evening, ladies
ladies and gentlemen, important Congress press conference there. Mallikarjun Kharge, the president of the Congress party, addressed a very important press conference today. He spoke to media persons along with Priyanka Gandhi and also Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal. And it has been decided by the Congress party that Rahul Gandhi will retain the family bastion of Raebareli, and Wayanad will be where Priyanka Gandhi will be contesting from. That's an important decision, was expected, but clearly let's understand the perspective behind a decision like this. We have with us Sunil Prabhu, who covers the Congress party for NDTV. Sunil, very interestingly, Rahul Gandhi says both Raebareli and Wayanad will have 2 MPs, and there's nothing that's going to change, but clearly a lot of things seem to be changing. Was this expected?
That's right. The most important thing, I think, is actually at this stage, the fact that, Priyanka Gandhi is making her political debut. So that's the big message. That's the big, important point at this present juncture. She is now going to make a political debut from Wayanad. So that's an important factor. Having said that, the second important aspect is that, Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Khan putting it brilliantly. Ideally, both the people of Raebareli as well as Wayanad would have wanted Rahul Gandhi to continue. But it's not possible. The law does not permit it. And because of the long association of the family, that's the reason why Rahul Gandhi is keeping Raebareli. And Priyanka Gandhi has finally decided, as I specifically asked her, are you nervous? She says, no, I'm not nervous. And Rahul Gandhi is there. So it will be both of us together looking after Wayanad. And it's an important decision. This, of course, Vasudha, just for information of our viewers, on the 5th, at around the same time at 7:30, when that India meeting was going on, NDTV had reported very categorically that Rahul Gandhi would be giving up Wayanad and Priyanka Gandhi would contest. So a good 12 days after, the formal announcement has been made that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will make her political debut in politics, electoral politics, even though she has been behind her mother and her brother the last many years. Never formally been a member of parliament. She's now going to contest that election, and if all goes well, will become a member of parliament from Wayanad when that election is called. So Mr. Kharge being able to get the Gandhis to finally agree and allow something that he himself had told NDTV just after in the last phase of the election, saying that he tried very hard for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to contest. She was not inclined at that stage to contest from Amethi and Raebareli, and now that final decision has been made to contest from Wayanad, which will really be a feather in his cap for Mr. Kharge, the Congress president, that the Gandhis have finally conceded. Sonia Gandhi herself extremely relieved that both her children have now decided to get to Parliament. And this will definitely send an important message.
Right. Sunil, I also think the optics are very interesting, because if Rahul Gandhi is in some ways leaving Wayanad, there is also KC Venugopal who's standing there, an MP from Alappuzha in Kerala. So clearly that is also a message out there. Also tell us, when Rahul Gandhi says this was a tough decision for him, what do you think was he thinking, and why do you think that this decision was difficult for him? Because clearly I also see the BJP here, using this decision of his to talk about how he is abandoning the south of India.
Well, there are 2 important points, and you've hit on the heart of the matter. If you have to fight electoral politics in India, and in particular in North India, Rahul Gandhi, apart from the long association that the Gandhis have with Raebareli as well as Amethi, Raebareli, of course, for a very, very long time, the fact is that I think the uppermost in his decision was, apart from the family association, is that if the Congress has to be relevant in North India and in the politics of the North, it requires you to contest from North India. And that's the reason why they decided to keep Raebareli. Priyanka Gandhi, of course, as she rightly pointed out, will continue to look after Raebareli. But the decision, when you say vacate, is now in the space of that vacation is by another family member, which has now become a stronghold to be from Wayanad, and that's something which I've been saying. The Kerala Congress itself was very categorical that they would want Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to contest from Wayanad. So it's definitely a big plus in terms of, as I said, for the Congress president to be able to get both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to become members of parliament in the Lok Sabha. The big question, of course, is who will be the leader of opposition, and that's a million-dollar question. Rahul Gandhi, we are told, is not inclined towards that. Mr. Karge himself said that I will take disciplinary action if he doesn't agree. But what we have been told is that he's still not inclined towards that post. So we'll have to wait and see. And he admitted publicly saying, yes, that threat has been given by Mr. Karge, but he seems, as of now, quite determined not to be the leader of the Lok Sabha, which will give him cabinet rank status, unless his mother, Sonia Gandhi, is able to convince him.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those details. Priyanka Gandhi finally making her electoral debut from the seat of Wayanad as Rahul Gandhi decides to retain the family bastion of Raebareli. Moving on to another important story of the day, BJP is protesting against the increase in fuel prices in Karnataka, and the party has said that the latest hike on petrol and diesel by the Congress party in Karnataka is a sign that the Congress party is not being able to fulfill its guarantees. The BJP has also said that the Congress government hiked the prices of milk, alcohol and power and also increased stamp duty and guidance value in the last 1 year. But milk prices also went up elsewhere too. In the northern part of India, both Amul and Mother Dairy in the last few days hiked milk prices. Property registration prices have also gone up in many states. Retail inflation may have marginally eased to a 12-month low of 4.75%, but food prices gains largely remain unrelenting. Vegetables and pulses remain key contributors in keeping food inflation little unchanged. Last week at the NDA meeting, the Prime Minister specifically talked about easing the lives of people who form the middle class in the country, which brings us to the question we ask tonight. Are tax-paying sections of the society forced to bear the brunt of various populist measures by state governments and also by the centre? And what do they get in return? And what should be the rights and demands of an aspirational, growing middle class in the country that wants better jobs, better education, healthcare, and more importantly, an improved quality of life? Joining us now is a panel of esteemed guests. We have with us Professor Santosh Mehrotra, who is a senior economist, also visiting professor at the Centre of Development, University of Bath in UK. We also have Aishwarya Mahadev, spokesperson of the Congress Party, and we have Vijay Prasad, who is the spokesperson of the BJP. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. To you first, the expert, Professor Mehrotra, thank you so much, sir. In the battle between welfare and development, as to who gets more from the government, it's often being seen that the middle class has to quite often pay the price for what is often seen as government largesse or populist measures. And they are asking as to what they are getting in return, because, apart from clean air, clean water, affordable housing, which all seem quite difficult, there is probably very little significant improvement in their lives, which is why they seem to be asking this question as to if they really matter or not. How do you see this debate?
Well, let's just remember who's responsible for the majority of taxes which are levied on the people who pay for petrol and diesel. Most of the taxes are levied by the central government. A minority of the taxes are levied by state governments. This is point number one. So the central government has been responsible for high and unrelentingly high petrol and diesel prices now for a good 3 years, despite the fact that COVID has gone for a long time. And international crude oil prices have fallen well below what they used to be a couple of years ago. So if a state government has its back to the wall and it increases VAT by a certain amount, we can't grudge it that, particularly when even after this increase, one can see very clearly from the data that compared to all the other southern states, the price of petrol and diesel, even after this hike, is still lower in Karnataka than it is in the southern states. In addition, I think a story today very clearly told us that in the BJP-ruled states of Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, the price of petrol and diesel is higher and taxes are higher. VAT taxes are higher. So this state government of Karnataka has just recently come to power. Yes, it is true that it has made commitments, the 5 guarantees, and it is trying to meet those. And what it has found is that the state's finances are not in the best of conditions. But the main point remains that it's a bit rich for both central government as well as BJP to actually complain about taxes levied by a state government when in fact they are a much smaller share of the total cost to the middle class of petrol and diesel.
Okay. Aishwarya Mahadev, would you, how do you see this? Because, your government, the Congress government, seems to, has increased fuel prices, both petrol and diesel in the state. And, all experts have talked about a cascading effect that fuel price hikes have on household expenditure. In fact, a lot of callers actually called NDTV and spoke about it. Do you think that the state government needed better planning before rolling out the guarantees?
Good evening, Vasudha. I think first and foremost, it is the prerogative of the state to offer welfare, and it is not only for your corporates who, again, corporate tax cuts seem to be something that never gets questioned, while welfare for the poorest of the poor, the disenfranchised and economically weaker sections is actually the priority of the state. I believe that the rollout of the guarantees, does not have any impact on anything that is happening in the state except for empowerment, right? When they talk about electricity bills being slashed just at the minute before BJP demitted office in my state, they basically dumped a large bill of price hike, which hit us after we came to power. Shakti, which you talk about, free travel for women, while the empowerment is already seen. The positive externality is that transportation sector is seeing a 3,000 crore profit for the first time in decades. And lastly, Vasudha, let me make this clear. When you say better planning, I'll tell you what better planning also needs to be. Right? The BJP government in 2014 inherited an oil slick of lakhs of crores. Right? Did they transfer any of the benefit onto the consumer? No, it did not. They say that oil marketing companies need to maintain profitability. The oil marketing companies have 82,000 crores as profits in just 1 year as of last year, 71 times higher. Has any of that benefit passed on to the people? No. In 2020, at the peak of COVID, you saw Dharmendra Pradhan saying, how do we give you free vaccines? And you saw in Karnataka in 2020, where the taxation was then 35 and 24% respectively. Today, the taxation is still lower than what it was in the BJP time 2020 taxation, and the state is justifiably doing so. We believe if the BJP wants to talk high and mighty about welfare and speaking up for the common man, please talk to the central government about how devolution is cheating Karnataka, about how central excise, and mind you, they basically charge cesses which they don't have to devolve to the states more than they do on the basic excise duty. So they don't give states a large share of what they collect even from fuel taxes, and tell the central government to take better measures. They are sitting on oil slick. And last thing, Vasudha, when Prime Minister Modi apparently stopped a war in Ukraine, if I'm not wrong, while it continues unabated now, he also happened to make $3.6 billion just out of profit from the fact that he was buying crude from Russia at far cheaper than the global rates. Did any of that benefit transfer to people? Absolutely not. While you talk to me about a 3 rupee hike, how is it that the base price of 70 that was there when we demitted office is now a base price of 90 plus? How is it that the BJP protesting in Karnataka does not go shout down its own ally or slash government in Maharashtra or Andhra Pradesh?
Right.
I believe it is absolutely shameful for this sort of hypocrisy when you cannot check your own, do not bring selective politics, and do not question welfare measures for the betterment of people.
Okay. Mr. Prasad, would you like to respond to that? Because, she's making some very critical points. One, of course, we can't keep questioning welfare because if women are free to travel, they're also, being more productive, and it's actually very important for a society to empower women, isn't it? And also, your own allies like TDP have been promising same schemes. Even something like an income support was something that BJP in Chhattisgarh also did with respect to the Matari Vandana Yojana. And India's economy was, of course, one of the most important points that the Prime Minister sort of talked about. But, you have reduced numbers now. Do you think that economic distress, and some of the points that Aishwarya has also been pointing out did play a part in your reduced numbers, specifically in the south of India. Of course, Karnataka, you did better than expected, but in states like Maharashtra, UP, did the economic distress, or at least the semblance of it, did that affect your party?
No, Vasudha, one thing, whatever the Congress spokesperson was going around and explaining things, it did not explain how common man's life is getting affected. She just went around, and without giving a benefit to the common man. See, this shows how Congress has moved away from the common man's plight. See, true face of the Congress is exposed today. See, Congress का हाथ anti people and anti policy के साथ. Congress is nothing but महंगाई की दुकान. See, it has imposed jizya. See, Congress themselves they said, Congress हाथ बदलेगा हालात. Have they even understood the halat of the common man? Okay, do they even understand the cascading effect of this pricing? On one hand, on one hand, this Congress says they are pro-poor, pro-farmer, pro-common man, but the actions is quite opposite. See, this is what I would like to say, this is the khatakat loot model of Karnataka Congress and Congress party. See, instead of depositing 1 lakh in the accounts, okay, they are taking by doing this, they are khatakat, they are taking away money from the common man. On one hand, the Congress party talks about inflation. On the other hand, it increases the price and burdens the common man in the states. See, I would like to mention only two hard facts. In 2020, Vasudha, the Congress launches Speak Up India, nationwide campaign demanding rollback of fuel prices. That is one hard fact, which Congress is totally forgetting whatever the actions they have taken. Second hard fact, in 2022, Congress protests inside the parliament against fuel price hike, slamming the government for looting the poor. What are they doing now?
Okay, let Aishwarya respond to that. Vijay Prasad is raising an important point while we talk about tax revolution, Aishwarya. There are citizens, there are common people here who could be facing the brunt of this. Tell us, how would you respond to that?
See, Vasudha, Congress has totally ignored the common man's
Okay,
plight.
sir, let her respond to that. Let her respond to that. Yes.
Difficulty.
Yes, sir. Let Aishwarya, please go on.
Yes, Vasudha, while alliterative noises are quite amusing for somebody that has no facts, let me clear out something, because there's a certain misconception that Mr. Vijay Prasad has on basic economics. Today, on the base price, right, on the crude that comes in before processing and whatnot, or just after processing, the central government right after that on a litre imposes 32.4% and 35.4% of taxation on that, right? A majority of which sits with them. As of 2000, I did not interrupt you. As of 2000,
okay, let her finish. I'll come to you. I'll come to you for the last word.
1 second. As of the financial year 2022, from tax revenue, the central government earned 19 lakh crores. In financial year 21 itself, they made 3 lakh crores within the first 10 months. And this is not me, because facts are obviously eluding the BJP, but their own minister in parliament spoke about this. While you talk about the state government increasing taxes, let us tell you that the state government increases taxes after the base price of the central government taxation.
Aishwarya, we're running short of time. Last word from you, Mr. Prasad. Just 30 seconds. Just your closing remarks.
To change things.
Yes,
please go on. You're refusing to do so.
Yes, Aishwarya, now let him speak. Yeah.
No, Vasudha, the last thing to learn about economics is from the Congress people. Okay, in the last 1 year, whatever the excess amount, whatever the price increase they have done, where has it gone? That is the first basic question. In the last 1 year, this government is yet to take off. But on every given occasion, they are indulged in increasing the price of the basic things. Today, they have yet to give any basic infrastructure, no development, no investment. The FDI inflow into Karnataka is at abysmal low. What is this government doing? The government on one hand, these Congress talk about so many things, but today, even at this juncture, even on one hand the price increase, On the other
Okay,
hand,
Mr. Prasad Aishwaryan, thank you, Professor Mehrotra. Thank you so much for joining me on this debate. I'm sorry we are running out of time. Thank you so much. So, like the panelists pointed out, a robust middle class is crucial for any economy, acting as a stabilizing force. And it's very important to create entrepreneurs. This is something that the government has been talking about. This is also the crucial segment that constitutes a major chunk of the Indian population that's upwardly mobile. And today it's thinking beyond roti, kapda, makan. It's important to listen to that voice. A short while ago, I also spoke to Hardeep Singh Puri, the petroleum minister at the centre, on the Karnataka price rise when it comes to fuel prices. And this is what he said. Sir, Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is defending his move for freezing petrol and diesel prices by saying that the prices are still lower than that of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, which are which are similar economy-sized states and which are also NDA ruled.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka has, I think, ma'am, made two basic points. One is that in their 10-year period, representative period, the hike was much less. And the second, that it's not his fault, it is the fault of the center, because the center is not devolving or is not passing on the required funds to the state governments. I want to take this opportunity, thanks to your hospitality, to respond to both of these things. They're both absurd, because I'll give you the figure, first of all, on what the hike was in Bangalore, Karnataka between 2004 and 14. Insofar as petrol is concerned, the hike was 84%. 2004, 2014, 84% increase. In other words, from 43 rupees 7 paisa, the price per litre went up to 79 rupees 24 paisa. For diesel, a hike from 28 rupees 41 paisa to 60 rupees 1 paisa. In our 10-year period, I mean the NDS 10-year period, 2014 to 2024, our hike was 26%. It has gone up from 79 rupees 24 paise to 99 rupees 84 paise, 26%, as against 84% then. Even now, in April 24, it was only 99 rupees, as against the 79 rupees 10 years later, okay? We didn't let it go up. 26% as against 84%. In the case of diesel, it has gone up to 43% as against their 111%. So this first charge that under their watch, we didn't let a hike take place. Now both the 10-year periods, the UPA 10-year period, and then we were dependent on imports. We continue to be dependent on imports, and the price at the bunk is largely dependent on the cost of imported oil, cost of importation, that is freight, insurance, refining, etc. Now what have we done? How we were able to lower it? It's very simple. They floated something called oil bonds. In other words, they borrowed 1,41,000 crores, and we are having, as a result of that borrowing, and that borrowing was to keep the price of petrol and diesel down at that point of time. Okay. If they had not done that, it would have shot up. Now we are having to pay back 3,20,000 crores. We are repaying their oil bonds. Plus, in addition to that, what we are doing is we have reduced the excise duty which the center charges on two occasions, November 2021 and May 2022, which brought down the price of petrol and diesel by 13 rupees and 16 rupees on account of excise. And the BJP states followed suit. What the BJP states did was they also reduced their VAT. As a result of which, if you see the difference in prices between BJP ruled states and non-BJP ruled states, it becomes a very interesting figure. Okay. And if you permit, because this calls this calls out what he's claiming. Okay. Between the difference between Itanagar and Chennai, 9 rupees 90 paise difference. Difference between Lucknow and Telangana, 12 rupees 76 paise difference. Difference between Gandhinagar and Bengaluru, 8 rupees 21 paisa. Panaji and Kerala, 12 rupees 35 paisa. Now, what is he doing? These figures are available to him. They are available to the Congress party. What is he doing? You know what? He's trying to look for some aberration in some figure somewhere. Okay. Because Maharashtra for a while was not under this government. It had a, what did you call that government? MVA. Mahavikas. Now what happens? It takes one figure from there.
Right.
Okay? Out of context. He said, wahan higher hai.
Right.
You bring up, you raise the diesel price, you are clearly going to face increase in cost of transportation of vegetables and essential commodities, and it has a spiraling effect.
Right.
Now this is where he is. I think on both the things that he said, he's gone wrong. He's citing wrong figures, and I'm afraid the Congress party is caught in a web of its own making. Fatafat. Fatafat, महंगाई कम करेंगे, उनका क्या है, झूठम झूठ पकड़ा गया है, and now they're trying to wriggle out of it. But I think this shows less than serious and less than fully professional responses.
Mr. Puri, is there something more that the centre could have done, given that, we were also getting crude oil from Russia? Because there is also some criticism that the benefits could have been passed on more to consumers.
They were passed on. The oil companies took massive losses. When it came to gas, I think the oil companies incurred a loss of 28,000 crores. And we only compensated them 21,000 crores. On the case of petrol, oil companies have not been compensated. They're incurring. We look at the international prices. India, we didn't pass it on. In India, I'll give you the Delhi prices and the percentage. I have the figures for Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, US, Italy, Spain, Germany, France for a representative period between November 21 and May 24. The increases are 44%, 24%, 76%, so on. In India, it's come down by 13%. So what could the government have done more? No, you can do anything. Government could have also made irresponsible claims ki hum fatafat ye kar denge. But this is a government which believes in running the country on a healthy basis. We didn't float oil bonds, so that my grandchildren would have to pay the price for it. This is what they did. So I think on all these charges, they're wrong.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good to have you with us. You're watching the news at 8 with me, Tanima Biswas. Our focus on the big political update where Gandhis have retained Rai Bareli and Wayanad, signalling electoral debut for Priyanka Gandhi. We'll also look into the Bengal train tragedy and analyze and take a closer look at the safety standards being followed in the Indian Railways, touted to be the largest rail network in Asia. But are the safety standards up to the mark? We'll look into all that and other top stories of the day. But first up, the headlines. Rahul Gandhi retains home turf of Rai Bareli, hands over baton of Wayanad to sister Priyanka. Priyanka Gandhi to contest Wayanad by polls.
Happy to be able to represent Wayanad.
She's going to fight the election. I'm confident she's going to win the election.
Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives as a goods train collides with Kanchenjunga Express. Railway suspects human error, says goods train driver overshot a key signal. Opposition targets government on the Bengal train tragedy, alleges there has been a drastic decline in rail safety over the past 10 years. Railway Minister says this is not the time for politics. NDTV brings you a special report on challenges being faced by Jammu and Kashmir security personnel in terror crackdown. NDTV reports from Ground Zero. And price hike fuels political war of words. Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike in the state. In fact, Siddaramaiah says that the centre's levied higher fuel taxes. Centre hits back, but Petroleum Minister counters Karnataka Chief Minister, calling his claims baseless. Maha war erupts over alleged EVM manipulation over Sena MP's kin carrying mobile phone into a counting centre in Mumbai on the 4th of June. Uddhav Sena says that Mumbai Northwest candidate's win is now under suspicion. Shinde Sena hits back, calling it a conspiracy to create fake narrative. And the world celebrates Eid al-Adha. We get you a glimpse of the celebrations. A top story and the news that has just broken a short while back. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has decided to give up the Wayanad Lok Sabha seat in Kerala in favour of the family bastion of Rai Bareli in Uttar Pradesh, capping years of speculation, and now, in fact, a short while back announced that it will be Priyanka Gandhi, his sister, who's finally going to make her electoral debut from the constituency he's vacating by contesting the by-polls. Remember, Rahul Gandhi, of course, had won both the seats of Wayanad and Rai Bareli in the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections, announcing the decision after a high-level Congress meeting, which concluded just a short while back. Party President Mallikarjun Kharge, who was flanked by both the Gandhi siblings, said that the call on which constituency to vacate was taken now, as the last day to doing so was Tuesday, which is tomorrow. Speaking just after that briefing, Rahul Gandhi said that Priyanka Gandhi will be fulfilling commitments that he had made in Wayanad.
प्रियंका वायनाड से चुनाव लड़ेगी, मगर मैं भी पीरियोडिकली वायनाड जाऊंगा और जो वायदे हमने वायनाड को किए थे उनको हम पूरा करेंगे। रायबरेली का पुराना रिश्ता है, काफ़ी खुशी हो रही है कि मैं उनको फिर से रिप्रेजेंट करूंगा।
पार्टी ने ये तय कर दिया कि राहुल गांधी जी अपना रायबरेली का सीट रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि रायबरेली ये पहले से भी उनके बहुत नज़दीक है। उस फैमिली के साथ बड़ा जुड़ाव है वहाँ से और पीढ़ियों से वहाँ पर वो लड़ते आए हैं।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's been tracking this meeting. Sunil, if you can analyze for us, what went into the decision by the Gandhi siblings to decide finally that Raebareli is the seat that Rahul Gandhi should retain, and very importantly, the timing of Priyanka Gandhi now actually making her electoral debut and making a bid for the parliament.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, if you have to, enter or be relevant in politics, you have to do it through North India, and no better state than Uttar Pradesh, apart from the long family association that the Congress party and the Gandhis have with Raebareli and Amethi. The decision was quite clear that Rahul Gandhi, right from day one, as soon as the results came, and in fact, we in NDTV had reported that he will keep Raebareli. And for Wayanad, which is of course an important key contest, as Rahul Gandhi himself said, the reason being that they have elected him, and he stood by him during the last 5 years, decided that it should be Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who it's now become a Congress bastion, and that's the best way to protect it even in South. So both the Gandhis now, of course, she has to win. But both of them now entering the parliament once that election is over. So it clearly sets the stage. So that's the reason behind why Rahul Gandhi decided to keep Raebareli. And Wayanad, of course, there's Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has been keen and one would have thought that during the elections of 2024 she would have contested. She decided to allow Rahul Gandhi to take the limelight so that he could contest and the campaign across India. That's the reason why he contested from Raebareli, and that's the decision that she will make that entry. As she said, I'm not nervous, I'm confident, and I'm happy that my brother will guide me through in Wayanad as she contests from there.
Sunil there, thank you so much for getting us that update from the big political story that we are tracking. Shifting focus now to another one of our top stories which we followed through the day, and that is the Bengal train tragedy. 9 lives have been lost, including that of 3 railway employees, and about 50 others have been injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal this morning. Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Agartala in Tripura to Shialda near Kolkata when a goods train hit it from behind near the Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. While a probe is still underway, Railways says they suspect human error.
Mangled remains of a coach of the Kanchenjunga Express after a goods train rammed into the Sialda-bound train from behind. At 8:30 a.m. this morning near New Jalpaiguri in Bengal, 9 people were killed, including the goods train driver and his assistant, and the guard of the Kanchenjunga Express. At least 50 others were injured. A total of 3 coaches of the Kanchenjunga Express were derailed. The force of the collision threw this parcel compartment of the Kanchenjunga Express up in the air. The 2 parcel vans at the end of the train absorbed the impact of the collision. Their absence could have led to loss of more lives if the goods train had hit passenger coaches directly.
एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद।
जब ये घटना घटी तब टाइम हो रहा था अप्रॉक्स 8:35 मॉर्निंग। तो जितना हम लोग को पता चला, सामने कंचनजंगा जो एक्सप्रेस है वो धीरे गति से चल रहा था, वो खड़ा नहीं था, धीरे गति चल रहा था। पीछे से जो मालगाड़ी है वो अचानक बहुत स्पीड से था वो।
The railway board chief said the goods train driver had ignored a signal to stop.
ड्राइवर थे जिन्होंने वो सिग्नल को डिसरिगार्ड करके आगे चले गए, उनकी भी जान चली गई है, और जो गार्ड थे जो सबसे पीछे का डिब्बा था कंचनजंगा का, उनकी भी जान गई है।
दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी, कमिश्नर रेल सेफ्टी के द्वारा दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी। किसी भी तरीके से इस दुर्घटना के जो कारण है उस कारण पे भी पूरा ध्यान देके उस तरह के कारण फिर से कभी ना हो वो व्यवस्था की जाएगी।
The incident has once again brought the focus back on Kavach, the anti-collision system the Indian Railways have adopted. The opposition attacked the Modi government over the incident, criticizing what they said was a slow-paced adoption of the Kavach system.
অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হতেই পারে, অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট কারো হাতে নেই, এটা ফ্যাক্ট, কিন্তু সাথে সাথে এটাও ফ্যাক্ট অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি তৈরি করে দিয়েছিলাম। এই যত দেখছেন কলকাতা মেট্রো থেকে শুরু করে বেহালা থেকে শুরু করে যত নতুন মেট্রো, যত ইভেন এই যে গঙ্গা কি যেন বন্দে গঙ্গা টঙ্গার কিসব নাম দিয়ে যেন চালাচ্ছে বন্দে ভারত। এটা দুরন্ত একমাত্র স্পিড আপ হয়েছিল আফটার রাজধানী। সেটা কোথায় আমি জানি না, হয়তো সেটাকেই নকল করে একটা যেটুকু না করেছে তার থেকে বেশি ভাড়া বাড়িয়েছে।
कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है।
After every railway accident, there are calls for reassessment of safety measures and practices adopted by the Indian Railways. But in spite of the development of Kavach, a system designed to specifically prevent railway accidents like this one, it has faced challenges of scalability and expansion. Now, this has also become a political issue, with the opposition hitting out at the government, accusing it of mismanaging the railways over the last 10 years. With camera person G.D. Shankar, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Now, probe on this is still underway, but beyond all the blame game, what about the human cost of such tragedies? That is what we are focusing on in our special show at 8:30 tonight. Are we doing enough for rail safety? Shifting focus now, and the battle over EVMs has restarted after the elections. The latest flashpoint is from Mumbai, where an unauthorized use of phone inside a counting centre has come in the forefront, and that has led to a fresh political war of words. Now, Uddhav Sena has latched on to this report, alleging that the win of the candidate from the seat now, which is Mumbai Northwest, is now under the scanner. Remember, the candidate who won from that seat, Ravindra Vaikar of the Shiv Sena, won by a very slim margin. Poll panel has debunked opposition's allegations, saying that there is no possibility of EVM manipulation.
राहुल गांधी माफी मांगेंगे। अमोल कीर्तिकर को 2 बार विजय घोषित किया।
The EVM manipulation row in Mumbai refuses to die down. On Monday, it was Sena versus Sena on the issue. Shiv Sena Sanjay Nirupam sought an apology from Rahul Gandhi and Shiv Sena UBT MLA Aditya Thackeray for spreading false information. On the other hand, Shiv Sena UBT Sanjay Raut demanded Mumbai Northwest MP Ravindra Vaikar should be stopped from taking oath as an MP.
क्या राहुल गांधी माफी मांगेंगे? हमारी तो मांग है, उनको मांगनी चाहिए। अगर ईवीएम हैक हुआ था 2024 में, तो राहुल गांधी जीते कैसे दो जगह से? ये एक सवाल है। आदित्य ठाकरे कहते हैं ईवीएम हैक हुआ था, तो ये एक फेक नैरेटिव सेट करने का एक पूरा एक षड्यंत्र है। जो एक जिम्मेदार पदों पे बैठे हुए विपक्ष के नेता हैं, उनको इस प्रकार की हरकतें नहीं करनी चाहिए।
इलेक्शन कमीशन यानी कौन? बीजेपी की एक्सटेंडेड ब्रांच। जिस तरह से अमोल कीर्तिकर शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार को विजयी घोषित किया, एक बार नहीं 2 बार, अमोल कीर्तिकर को 2 बार विजय घोषित किया, उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल। वो हारा हुआ आदमी है।
Shiv Sena Uddhav faction is still going all guns blazing on the issue. Aditya Thackeray has threatened to move court over his party's Mumbai Northwest candidate Amol Kirtikar's loss to Ravindra Vaikar. Vaikar won the seat by a slim margin of 40 votes.
कोर्टाची लढाई तर सुरू होणारच आहे, कारण ही सीट आम्ही जिंकलेलो आहोत, हक्काची आहे. आम्ही सांगितलं होतं की ईसी म्हणजे इलेक्शन कमिशन नसून एंटायरली कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड हे असं आहे. इंडिया आघाडी असेल, त्यांनी एवढे चांगले आकडे प्राप्त केलेले आहेत. जर ही गडबड नसती झाली तर सरकार बदललं असतं, तरी देखील ह्याच्यात जास्ती वेळ न घेता.
A political slugfest erupted on Sunday over EVM tampering claims, with opposition leaders citing a media report. The newspaper has since then apologized for what it calls was an erroneous claim, that Ravindra Vaikar's kin used a phone to generate an OTP to open EVMs. Meanwhile, the MP in the eye of the EVM storm, Ravindra Vaikar, has now raised a complaint against Shiv Sena Uddhav faction's MLC Vilas Potnis, claiming he brought an armed security guard to the counting centre.
This is not the first time the question has been raised on EVM hacking. After the statement of Tesla owner Elon Musk, the opposition parties are lashing on the government. But the major question still raises is that is it possible to hack EVM, and it is possible to unlock EVM with the help of mobile OTP? It's the main question. With cameraman Rajendra Dayalkar, Paras Dama for NDTV 24/7.
Right, and now news from Karnataka, and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's move to hike fuel prices. In fact, he claimed that the fuel prices in his state is still less when compared to others. Remember, Karnataka recently raised fuel prices by 3 rupees per litre. Commenting on BJP's protest, Siddaramaiah called it the party's double speak, claiming that centre's fuel tax levies were much higher. Union Petroleum Minister has countered that, calling Siddaramaiah's words baseless allegations.
3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka is defending his move for freezing petrol and diesel prices by saying that the prices are still lower than that of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, which are which are similar economy sized states and which are also NDA ruled.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka has, I think, ma'am, made 2 basic points. One is that in their 10-year period, representative period, the hike was much less. And the second, that it's not his fault, it is the fault of the centre, because the centre is not devolving or is not passing on the required funds to the state governments. I want to take this opportunity, thanks to your hospitality, to respond to both of these things. They're both absurd, because I'll give you the figure, first of all, on what the hike was in Bangalore, Karnataka, between 2004 and 14. Insofar as petrol is concerned, the hike was 84%. 2004, 2014, 84% increase.
Time for an NDTV special report. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meeting on Jammu and Kashmir over the weekend. This after 4 back-to-back terror strikes in a week in the region. Now, my colleague Nazir Masoodi explains what this means in terms of security challenges in the Union Territory.
A bustling marketplace in Poonch as people go about their daily lives. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of the Panjal region. While the army intensifies patrolling after spike in terrorist attacks, searching these dense forests is a most challenging task. It's in these mountains highly trained Pakistani terrorists are hiding and carrying out attack after attack.
It was after a gap of 18 years militancy resurfaced in Poonch Rajouri region. The first major attack was carried out in these forests of Surankot in October 2021. Since then, attack after attack and troubling reality of Pir Panjal mountains has upset all the security calculations about Jammu and Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370.
The recent attacks and targeting of Yatra bus last week in Riyasi has evoked a strong response from the central government. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi asked security forces to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities, Home Minister called a high-level security review meeting to deal with the challenge. On ground zero, the first priority is securing the Hindu community in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley regions. It's in these areas that terrorists targeted and massacred many Hindus before the Pandit exodus 2 decades ago. Police say terrorists are trying to create a situation similar to the 90s.
फिर उसी तरीके का एक चैलेंज अगर हमारे सामने दुश्मन रख रहा है तो हम एकदम से दृढ़निष्ठ हैं, हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि हम इनको मुंह करारा जवाब देंगे, चुन चुन कर एक एक कर। हम ज्यादा तो तादाद नहीं है, हम इनको मार गिराएंगे।
As the terror threat looms, police have revamped the village defense guards. The locals in every village trained and armed by the government to defend against terror attacks. Most of 28,000 village defense guards in both Doda and Poonch, Rajouri regions are drawn from the Hindu community.
हमें लगभग 20 साल हो गए हैं। इससे पहले भी हमने जब मिलिटेंसी पीक पर थी तो हम दिन रात जो अपना फ़र्ज़ निभाते रहे और शाना बशाना जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सेना के साथ खड़े रहे।
सर कुछ ऐसे हमले हुए हैं, कुछ बाहर हुए हैं, कुछ कहीं हुए हैं। इसकी वजह से हमको JK पुलिस ने एक्ट रखा हुआ है कि कभी भी कहीं भी आपकी ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, आपके गांव में ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, कोई ऐसा दिखता है हमको फ़ोन करके बताओ।
उठाया सब देते हैं। अब जैसे बार बार हमले हो रहे हैं, जैसे हमें पुलिस ने बताया कि आप अलर्ट रहो, हम अलर्ट हैं। सर इतनी ज़्यादा ट्रेनिंग तो चलो पर इतनी हिम्मत रखते हैं, इतना तो कर लेंगे।
प्लानिंग से ज़्यादा हिम्मत
है अपनी सर, वो कर लेंगे।
देश की सेवा, अपने परिवार की सेवा, खुद की सेवा करने के लिए। जो यात्रियों पे अटैक हुआ है और भी 2-3 हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से हमें एक्टिवेट किया गया है सर।
In 2003, a successful joint operation by the army and police, with the unwavering support of the locals, literally eliminated militancy. But since 2021, there's been a disturbing resurgence. The deadly attacks that started in Poonch and Rajouri have now spread to Doda region. Syed Afadul Mushtaba, a former police officer who led the elimination of terrorism in Rajouri in 2003, says resurgence of terror acts in the region can be defeated only if local population is on the side of the government.
We are not dealing with, as police officers, we are not dealing with the territory, we are dealing with the population. And if more of the population is on your side, the task becomes easier. So there was a need and there is a need to do a comprehensive policing in which you carry along all the people so that the flow of information comes to you.
On the 9th of June 2024, 9 pilgrims were killed after an attack on a bus in Riyasi. On 4th of May 2024, there was an attack on Air Force. 1 airman was killed and 5 were injured. In December 2023, Army vehicle was ambushed in which 4 soldiers were killed. In November, 5 soldiers including 2 captains were killed in an ambush. In April-May 2023, 10 soldiers were killed in twin attacks. In 2023 alone, 18 personnel were killed in 5 different terror attacks. 39 soldiers have been killed since 2021 in the region. On 22nd of May, 4 pilgrims were killed in an attack on a bus. At least 20 civilians have been killed since 2021. Sources say there are at least 3 to 4 terrorist groups operating in Poonch and Rajouri region. An almost equal number of terror groups in Doda region as well. In November last year, Army had said that 25 to 30 Pakistani terrorists are operating in Poonch and Rajouri. None of them were killed so far in the region. The terrorists, who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare, are using state-of-art weapons including US-made M4 carbine and armor-piercing bullets. The micro-satellite communication system, which is hard to intercept, has also made it to terrorist wherewithal. Despite large-scale detention of locals after every attack, security forces appear to be clueless who and where Pakistani terrorists are getting support to sustain in these mountains. After a major attack in Army's Special Forces in November, the Army said the terrorists have been trained in Afghanistan and Pakistan.
इनकी ट्रेनिंग कई देशों में हो सकता है हुई हो, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान हो सकता है वहाँ भी इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई हो, और ये काफ़ी ट्रेंड फॉरेन टेररिस्ट थे और इसलिए इनको ख़त्म करने में थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन हमारे बहादुर जवानों ने प्राणों की चिंता ना करते हुए भी ये सराहनीय कार्य किया.
A big worry is the fact that after most targeted attacks, the perpetrators suffer almost no casualty. Among the fallen commandos of Special Forces was Havaldar Abdul Majid. His family at Ajot village, right on the line of control in Poonch, says they're proud of the sacrifice of their fallen commando for the nation, but they worry about repeated infiltration.
उनकी इस शहादत पे मुझे फ़ख्र है। उन्होंने ये अपने देश को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान गंवा दी है। चलो इस पे मुझे फ़ख्र है।
ये कहीं कुएं से नहीं पैदा होते, कहीं दरख्तों से नहीं पैदा होते, ये बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके आते हैं। जो भी आतंकवादी आता है बाहर से आता है।
Officials say series of attacks on armed forces and innocent civilians in Jammu region is a clear intent to escalate situation and create communal strife. The cross-border drug trafficking, which has become a serious challenge over the last 4 years, is also seen as a major enabler of resurgence of deadly militancy. And dealing with this challenge is more complex than it may appear. In Pir Panjal, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
And the world celebrated Eid al-Adha today, popularly known as Bakri Eid. Here's wishing you of Eid.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई App Store नहीं था.
Right, you're watching The Last Word with me, Tanima Biswas, and our focus on this show is on the tragedy on the tracks, and we're looking at the human cost of the tragedy. Now, 9 people, including 2 railway employees, have died and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of Bengal. Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Agartala in Tripura to Shialda in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from behind near Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. Now, while a probe is still underway, Railway says that they suspect human error. But on this show, we are asking a larger question. Indian Railways boasts of being the largest rail network in Asia, but is the safety up to that standard? Are we doing enough to protect our rail passengers? That is the question we'll be looking into tonight with our guests. But before I go across to my guests, let me go to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us from Shialda railway station, I believe. Shialda was the station, in fact, one of the stations, one of the terminal stations where Kanchenjunga Express would have, in fact, reached. I believe that this the part of the train which was not affected is anyways on its course now. But Saurabh, if you've managed to speak to some of the passengers at the Shialda railway station, one of the bustling rail stations in Bengal, you know, there are a lot of questions that the passengers might want to ask. And on this show, we are looking at the human cost of this tragedy. Train fares have in fact increased over the years. It's still the largest way or transit mode in the country, one of the largest train networks in Asia. But still, safety standards are not up to the mark. Passengers must be raising several questions today, train passengers, on yet another incident which shows how safety standards have so many gaps when it comes to rail network in our country.
Well, you know, lines on that accident spot has been open for traffic, and restoration on the other track is underway, so rail traffic should be completely restored by the end of the day, is what railway sources are telling us. What we've also picked up now is that one of the railway staff on the train is in a critical condition, and that's something that of course is also perhaps important. And as we were reporting, trains to North Bengal have started plying. This morning the accident took place. Some trains got cancelled, but a lot of trains, for example, the Uttar Bongo Express that left a short while ago from this very platform travels on that same route. So trains are more or less leaving on time as far as the travel to that part of the railway country and that rail corridor is concerned. Now, yes, questions of safety definitely remain. The Kavach, sort of instruments that are used to prevent collisions have been set up and designed for exactly situations like these, where a train, of course, is headed, for whatever reason it may be, it could be technical error, it could be human error, is headed towards a collision, then the system kicks in and stops, of course, the train from colliding. And that's something that perhaps needs to be installed across the country, but that has not happened. Kavach installation has come pretty slow in the country, and that's something that the railways perhaps will now have to look at, because that's something even the opposition is raising. Mamata Banerjee to Rahul Gandhi to everybody, they say they are alleging mismanagement of the railways in the last 10 years. But what really clearly has transpired is that there is a renewed focus on safety after this accident, and focus on safety is never a bad thing, except that it comes right now after high cost, with 9 lives lost in this accident.
Saurabh, is it possible for you to talk to some of the passengers at the platform that you're standing on right now for their reaction? Because this is a tragedy, thankfully not up to the proportions that we have seen in Odisha last year, but nonetheless, this raises a lot of concerns about people who are taking this, train journeys on a regular basis, or otherwise also if they are traveling to meet their families, etc. So, what are some of the questions that the passengers around you who might be at the Shialda railway station right now, are any of them raising any questions?
We'll try and get in a word from some of the passengers who are presumably traveling here on this train. And I'll try and see if any of them are willing to speak. আপনার কাছে জানতে চাইবো, এই যে ট্রেন দুর্ঘটনার পর একই দিকে আপনারা যাচ্ছেন, ভয় করে কি?
ভয় তো করেই, তাই না? যখন যাচ্ছি আমি কি করব, যেতে তো হবেই, তাই না?
হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু রেল সুরক্ষা নিয়ে আপনি তো একজন যাত্রী, যাত্রী হিসেবে আপনার রেল সুরক্ষা নিয়ে জানার অধিকার আছে।
জানার অধিকার আছে।
So obviously, the train is leaving. We'll try and get in a word with a few more passengers if possible. Well, the train's departed, so obviously that won't be possible. But a lot of people do question safety. A lot of them are traveling on the same route. This train also heads to North Bengal, but of course this takes, like I said, alternate route. So the Kanchinkana Express takes that route. It won't be traveling through the same area. But the train that left before this, the Uttar Bango Express, was headed in that direction. But thankfully, traffic has been restored. Rail traffic has been restored, and all the trains to North.
Right. So Saurabh there reporting from Shialda railway station, trying to talk to some of the passengers there. That train also that Saurabh was reporting trying to speak to some of the passengers on. Okay, I believe Saurabh is back with us. Yes, Saurabh, please continue. Right, we'll try and get back to Saurabh as and when we can. But for the moment, let me introduce my guests who are joining us on the show to discuss this further. Mr. P.P. Sharma, former Joint Secretary of Railways Board. Professor Sriram Khanna, who's Managing Editor of Consumer Voice and Consumer Rights Activist, is also joining us. And also, I'm hoping to be joined by Mr. S.K. Vij, former member of Engineering Railway Board. Thanks to all my guests for joining me on the show. If I can go across to Mr. P.P. Sharma first, former Joint Secretary of the Railways Board. और आपसे मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर शर्मा कि जो ऑपोजिशन ये बात कह रही है, अगर हम पहले उस बारे में बात करें, मैं लार्जर इशू में ऑफ कोर्स आऊँगी, बट ऑपोजिशन जो ये बात कह रही है कि पिछले 10 सालों में सबसे ज़्यादा ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट्स हुए हैं या ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट्स की रेट बढ़ गए हैं, उसको आप डू यू फील दैट ये एक एग्जैजरेटेड फिगर है या वो सही है? फैक्चुअली अगर आप हम पहले उस चीज़ में आए तो आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, ये तो सरासर गलत बयानी है। ऐसा नहीं। पिछले 10 सालों में हमारे सेफ्टी इंप्रूवमेंट हुए हैं और एक्सीडेंटों में काफी कमी आई है। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि ऐसे किसी जंक्शन पे हम पुरानी इन चीजों को ये कहें कि बढ़े हैं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। आप सारे रिकॉर्ड चेक कर लीजिएगा पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस और पिछले 10 साल के, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। लेकिन ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि एक्सीडेंट हुआ और इसमें बुरा पक्ष ये है कि ये जो अभी तक जो निकल के बातें आ रही हैं कि इसमें ह्यूमन एरर लगती है, यानी कि ड्राइवर की गलती, लेकिन वो भी बेचारे नहीं रहे और गार्ड भी नहीं रहा उनके साथ में जो को पायलट था। तो इसलिए ये तस्वीर कुछ दिनों बाद ही साफ होगी कि ये ह्यूमन एरर कैसे हुई। लेकिन यह गलत है कि एक्सीडेंट बढ़े हैं। पूरा कई इम्पोर्टेंट कदम उठाए गए हैं पिछले 10 सालों में। ट्रैक तो बढ़ा ही है, पैसेंजर भी बढ़े हैं, लेकिन इस बीच में जो पुलों की मरम्मत थी, रेलवे ट्रैक की, उन सबको बेहतर किया गया है। एक और भी जो बार बार आपकी रिपोर्टिंग में भी आ रहा है और मंत्री जी ने भी कहा है कि रेल कवच के बारे में भी, उसमें भी धीरे धीरे प्रोग्रेस हो रही है। लेकिन क्योंकि कुछ फाइनेंशियल दिक्कतें हैं, शायद ऐसे एक्सीडेंट के बाद हम उसमें और तेजी से काम करेंगे, ये मेरा मानना है।
जी, तो शर्मा जी ये बताइए कि पिछले 10 साल की बात नहीं है, अगर हम पिछले 2 साल भी ले लें या जब भी ले लें, एक इंसिडेंट, एक ऐसा हादसा बालासोर का हो गया लास्ट ईयर, तो क्या रेल सेफ्टी के लिए अगर जो भी व्यूअर्स, ट्रेन पैसेंजर्स और अदरवाइज जो हमारा प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं, उनको आप क्या आश्वासन देना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह से सेफ्टी के स्टैंडर्ड्स रेलवे में रेगुलरली इम्प्रूव हो रहे हैं?
हाँ, नहीं, बालासोर की बात में 1-2 इंसिडेंट और भी हुए हैं और पूरा फोकस उस पर है जो सेफ्टी फंड है कि उसको पूरा यूटिलाइज किया जाए। कुछ लोग शिकायत करते हैं कि स्टाफ की कमी है, तो जो सेफ्टी स्टाफ है जहाँ पर इन्वॉल्व है, सिग्नलिंग का या गार्ड या पायलट जो भी है, तो वहाँ पूरी तरह से भर्ती आगे मतलब लगातार बढ़ी हुई है, मतलब उसमें कोई कमी नहीं रहने दी गई। और दूसरे जो टेक्नोलॉजिकली जो भी किया जा सकता है वो भी आगे बढ़ रहा है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि आने वाले दिनों में शायद हम ऐसी दुर्घटनाओं से बचेंगे। एक सबक यह है कि अगर ये ह्यूमन एरर है तो हमें शायद स्टाफ और उनको और भी ट्रेन और चुस्ती से ट्रेन करने की जरूरत होगी, ऐसे दोबारा न हो, क्योंकि एक छोटी सी भूल से इतने लोगों की जान जाना, ये प्रश्न इसका नहीं है कि 9 गए या 10 गए, लेकिन जो भी हर एक आदमी की जान कीमती है।
जी, at this point, let me bring in Professor Sriram Khanna to get also the people's point of view in a way before I go to Mr. S.K. Vij. Mr. Khanna, we've seen that the Indian Railways itself says on its website that it is the largest network in Asia. But where do you think Indian rail safety ranks?
See, looking at what has happened today, it is a blot on the record of the railways. You can always say there is some error, it's a human error this time. And every time there's an accident, there is some or the other reason. But when the railway system has an automated device called Kavach to prevent such accidents, why these trains did not have that? And who is responsible for that? How long are you going to take to put all the systems into place? You are playing with human lives by not having the automated systems installed and properly working in every train. I think there should be responsibility laid down, and the people who are responsible for these trains not having the safety system action taken against, and they should give us a program as to in how many days all the trains will have the automated system. And if there is some shortage, find means to remove the shortage. You can't every time kill people and say, we are sorry, only 9 people died and there was human error. This is not acceptable at all. Every human life is valuable, and the railway system must be geared to prevent loss of any human life due to accidents.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You're raising a very important point about accountability. If we just go by what happened after Balasore, do you see their accountability being fixed? Any changes which are taking place in terms of how the railways handle such situations after, these big train disasters that we have seen?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Mr. Khanna, please go ahead.
See, every organization has to have a system to learn what happened and make sure that action is taken, that such things do not happen again and again. I don't think the railway system is equipped in doing that, because every time an accident takes place, they will come up with a new set of reasons. The previous accident that I recall, they said the signaling equipment had a fault. So they are blaming everybody except themselves. Whoever is responsible for the working of those systems, automated, semi-automated or manual, should be held responsible. And when an automated system like Kavach is available, why should it not be installed in every train? Should the railway board and the railway minister not be held responsible for dereliction of duty in failing to install the automated systems on all trains on time? Or are they having a leisurely walk in the park, that they will do it whenever they have time?
Right, we will be looking into that accountability aspect as well, as you rightly said, Mr. Khanna. But let me bring in Mr. S.K. Vij, who's a former member engineering of Railway Board, and I'll get into the technical questions now with Mr. Vij. Mr. Vij, what goes into selecting which routes will have Kavach? How, as a viewer, as a person, as an ordinary person, I want to know, how does the railway select which route will have Kavach and which will not?
You see, Railways has a golden quadrilateral of, on its map. If you see the Delhi, Howrah, Bombay, Delhi, Madras, so, and the diagonals across them, this is the golden quadrilateral route which carries about 65% of the traffic, be it passenger, be it goods.
Okay, we seem to be having some technical difficulties with Mr. S.K. Vij. We will go back, in fact, to him shortly. In fact, if I can go to Mr. P.P. Sharma with that question. Mr. Sharma, अगर आप हमें बता पाए कि कवच किस रूट्स में लगेंगे, वो मिस्टर एस.के. विज थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, बट अगर आप बता पाए कि किस तरह से डिसाइड होता है कि कौन से रूट्स में कवच लगेगा?
नहीं, इसका पूरा क्राइटेरिया तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन साउथ सेंट्रल रेलवे पे एक काफी कवर हो चुका है, लेकिन क्योंकि इसकी कॉस्ट बहुत ज्यादा है, हर किलोमीटर पर वो हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी वेव के वो लगने हैं, इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगने हैं, स्टेशनों पे लगने हैं, तो वहाँ कुछ ऐसी ये फाइनेंशियल कुछ दिक्कतें सामने हैं रेलवे की, लेकिन पूरी प्रायोरिटी ये है कि कवच को जल्दी से जल्दी, क्योंकि कवच के साथ में ये इंडिजिनियसली डेवलप किया गया है और उम्मीद है कि ये काफी सफल होगा। अब आने वाले दिनों में शायद अगर आपसे ही और इसी इंसिडेंट से ही सबक लिया जाए तो जरूरत हमें कवच और ऐसी सेफ्टी मेजर्स में ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट करने की है, भले ही हमें दूसरी प्रायोरिटीज को थोड़ा बदलना पड़े।
बट मिस्टर शर्मा, कितने ऐसे हादसे होते रहेंगे जब, और कितने और इंसिडेंट्स मतलब होते रहेंगे, उसके बाद कब रेलवे एक्चुअली, जिस तरह से आप बोल रहे हैं कि एक अर्जेंट मोड में अगर काम करे, अगर जो भी फाइनेंशियल दिक्कतें या जो भी दिक्कतें आ रही है उनको अगर सॉल्व कर पाए, कब ये चीज़ें रिजॉल्व होंगी? क्योंकि एज वी मैंशनड कि बालासोर ट्रेजेडी के तरह हमने जहाँ पे देखा लास्ट ईयर, ये ट्रेजेडी उस मैग्नीट्यूड का नहीं है, बट फिर भी काफ़ी कुछ हो सकता था आज भी। तो एक पैसेंजर, रेल पैसेंजर का तो पेशेंस दे विल लूज। हाउ मेनी सच इंसिडेंट्स डू वी नीड बिफोर वी एक्चुअली डिसाइड कि हमें की रूट्स में सेफ्टी अपैरेटस, कवच जैसा सेफ्टी अपैरेटस फॉर एग्जाम्पल लगाना चाहिए?
नहीं, जो आपकी बात है, हमारा तो सपना और ड्रीम यही है कि भविष्य में कभी कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट ना हो, और उसके लिए जितनी भी जो उपाय किए जा सकते हैं वो करने चाहिए। और ये हमें शायद हर रेल कर्मी को सोचने की जरूरत है कि अपने अपने पार्ट पे हम अपना काम ऐसा करें कि ऐसी नौबत ही ना आए। जब दूसरे देश, यूरोपियन देश, और वहाँ सेफ्टी के अच्छे रिकॉर्ड चले हुए हैं, विशेषकर जापान और उन देशों में, तो हमारे यहाँ क्यों नहीं? चाहे हमें अपनी मैन पावर को बढ़ाना पड़े या उसको ट्रेन करना पड़े या टेक्नोलॉजी को लेना पड़े या जो भी उपाय किए जा सकते हैं, हमें करने की जरूरत है। कोई नहीं चाहेगा कि भारतीय रेल या भारतीय रेल से जुड़ा हुआ कोई भी आदमी कि भविष्य में कोई ऐसा उसे सुनने को मिले। देखते हैं कि आने वाले दिनों में सरकार क्या कदम उठाती है और उठाने की जरूरत है।
Right, Mr. Khanna, if I can bring you back in, as you said, you rightly talked about accountability in terms of nothing really changing or no accountability being fixed. Where does the hitch lie according to you? Because as we mentioned that the fares are being increased at regular intervals, and today if there is somebody, I mean, most people would probably want to take a plane to reach their destinations faster. Those who are taking trains, they are, of course, they have their own compulsions for taking so, but it is, of course, a lot of people would even prefer to take trains. But do you feel that the consumer, the passengers, are getting a bang for their buck in terms of what they expect the railways to provide them and the amenities that are actually being provided to them? In fact, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who's visited the site of the accident, met the people who have been hospitalized, she also said, listed out that from the time that she had been the railway minister, which is back in the Vajpayee era, she was the one who had introduced anti-collision devices. She talked about a list of amenities that the railways provides, but there's been a drastic decline in the services and amenities being provided by the railways. Safety, of course, is paramount. Would you agree with this claim being made by Mamata Banerjee today?
You see, Mamata Banerjee may have been the Minister of Railways during Vajpayee's time. And Vajpayee's government lasted till 2004. It has been 20 years since then. So if in 20 years the Indian railway system has not been able to put these automated protection devices in their system, then how long more it wants? And I think the railways has a professional organization. They have a accountability system. The railway board members have a line of command in which they command the zones, etc., and the engineering and the services, etc. So that in that chain of command, wherever there has been a lapse, action should be taken and steps should be taken that it does not occur again. And if the augmentation of the safety system has some gaps, they should be filled within a target of days, not weeks or months. This has been going on for 20 years. How long are you going to take? So I can agree that, 20 years ago it was at a nascent stage. But now you have the equipment, you have the money, you have the people. Then what are you waiting for?
What are we waiting for? That is the question. That is what a lot of people would want to know. In fact, what are we waiting for? I believe I have Mr. S.K. Vij back with us. Mr. Vij, looking at the incident today, would you say If a Kavach was installed on that route, that would have stopped the accident?
This route does not have Kavach as yet, as I have been learnt by me today. But the rationale I was trying to tell, that the most busy route will get the priority. The most busy route is the Golden Quadrilateral on the Indian railway system.
Sir, this was also a key route. I'm sorry to stop you there. This was also a key route. It is, you know, connecting Bengal to Agartala and along the Chicken Neck route. That is what this Kanchenjunga Express actually plied on. This is a very important train, an old train. What defines the premium routes? How do we decide? I mean, who's deciding this? And, you know, the number of incidents that we have seen taking place over the years, shouldn't there be more urgency shown in terms of actually putting such security apparatus, if we have them to begin with, something like Kavach, to stop such tragedies from taking place?
Certainly there should be more urgency, no doubt about it. I cannot defend a situation that a Kavach, though initiated about, you can say about 17, 18 years back, is not in place all over the routes. It should have been the priority. In fact, there are even better systems, well-tried systems, but because of cost factors, we have not adopted yet. And the railways have developed this system and improved upon it over the last 17, 18 years. I wouldn't deny there is more urgency required. And the priority is safety. Certainly, the railway declares that safety is our first motto. But, you know, to actually see it happening...
Why are we failing to provide that safety?
And Kavach...
Why are we failing, Mr. Vij? Why are we failing to provide that safety?
Yeah, you are right. We are late. We are late, no doubt about it.
But why? Why? What is that one hitch? If you could, being an insider, being a former insider, what is that one thing, one hurdle that you're facing?
Let me tell you, I'm not an insider. I retired 15 years back. I retired 15 years back. But then, yes, even in my time, the Kavach was under experimentation, and it was under experimentation first on the North Frontier Railway. Because for trials, we don't choose the most intense route. But then it has gone through improvements. Because of cost factors, it has been chosen rightly. And I'm sure good work has been going on. But its implementation, its adoption, urgency, no doubt, I agree with all of you that it should be there. Right. But there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of apportionment of the expenditure to be done for this purpose, which should happen. And these incidents tell us that better late than never, and do it now and don't delay it much again before something like this is discussed again. I hope not.
Right. Mr. Khanna, I would want to give you the last word, representing the people of the country, representing those people who take trains and who are alarmed and exasperated, also apprehensive every time they have to send a loved one on board on one of these trains. Representing those people, what are the three things that you would want to put on the government's agenda today in terms of rail safety?
See, one is that the railway minister should explain in Parliament, when Parliament reopens later this week, why he failed to put cover on this particular train, and what are the bureaucratic hurdles that remain to ensure that all trains in India will have a covered system by a given date. And if he doesn't have an explanation, he should resign. And the Prime Minister should ask another person to be a railway minister. There is no dearth of people. But it appears to me that the railway minister in the last few years has been more, focused on flagging off new Vande Bharat trains and getting himself on television rather than working quietly to ensure that the safety systems are installed. So he's been running after publicity, it appears. And he should explain if he has taken steps to install these automated systems while he's been flagging Vande Bharat trains on a number of routes, which is also welcome. But it is for him to explain. And if he doesn't have a satisfactory explanation, he should resign and go. That's my expectation. Thank you.
Right. Railway Minister, of course, has a lot of answers to give. As he mentioned today that this is not the time for politics. He is, of course, focusing on relief operations. Yes, Mr. S.K. Vij apparently wants to come in with a comment. Mr. Vij, go ahead.
Let me tell you, the outlays on railways have grown in the last decade by about more than 5 times. Enough money is being allocated. Just to belittle that because Vande Bharat is being run and this is not being done, I would not agree with that. There's a lot of work to be done, no doubt about it. The prioritization of work is required. And now you see in this case, the accident is in the midsection. It is an automatic block section territory. Now if the driver in daytime chooses and not follow the protocol that he should run at a lower speed and be prepared to come to a stop if the signals are not working. Now, you know, such human errors and elements, I mean, can be taken care of by eliminating them gradually. But you can't, you know, just condemn something by saying that, you know, Vande Bharat and other things are not required. Don't do that, please.
Yes, yes. We are not doing any sort of blame game, but we are trying to put forth the concerns that people will have. And there are questions, of course, which will be raised in the next few days. And the centre will have to, of course, answer those questions. Of course, a probe is still on. These are early days still. There's no blame game. But definitely, people of the country would want certain answers when it comes to accountability and safety of what is touted as the largest mode of transit in the country. I thank all my guests for joining me on the show tonight. With that, it's a wrap on the discussion for now. Coming up on the other side is Left, Right and Centre with Vishnu Show.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
it's time to give you some interesting.
To a packed program on left, right and centre, I'm Vishnu Shom. Amidst claims by Elon Musk that electronic voting machines can be hacked comes a categorical rejection from key people in India, including the BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar. On this program, basic questions and basic answers to all your queries on whether or not it's possible for electronic voting machines to be hacked or manipulated. Next up on the show, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is now all set to make her official debut in Parliament. That is, if she wins by elections. The Congress nominates her for Wayanad, the constituency that Rahul Gandhi represented. He's now shifted to Raebareli. Is this a masterstroke by the Congress party? We'll also be looking at the terrible news of the Kanchenjunga train accident today. At least 9 are dead. The opposition hits out at the government, asking them to take responsibility. Our question, what exactly is the status of the anti-collision system in the Indian Railways, which was meant to prevent exactly this? And finally, a special interview with the President of the Confederation of Indian Industry on their key demands with this new government coming to power. But first, amidst claims by Elon Musk that electronic voting machines can be hacked, there's been a categorical rejection by several leaders, one among them, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. I thought, Mr. Chandrasekhar, an interesting way of actually doing this was asking you basic questions, because I sense that there is so much that people don't understand about this issue and get straightforward answers. So the first question is this. Are Indian electronic voting machines unique and different from what Musk was talking about?
Vishnu, I am obviously not very privy to what the Americans use or Europeans use, but from what I have read up, those are a lot more general purpose platforms that are often connected to the internet and are enabled in many different ways to be connecting to and accessed by the net. In sharp contrast to the Indian EVM, which is designed to be standalone, isolated from the internet, and factory programmed so that there is really no reprogramming of the machines that can ever happen.
Okay. Can control units of electronic voting machines in India be preloaded with manufactured votes? That's the theory. It's an allegation and a fear, in a sense. What's the answer to that?
The answer is no, because this is remember, Vishnu, these questions were asked in 2017 by the same group of political parties that are now raising this bogey again. And in 2017, the Election Commission had not only clarified every one of these questions, but also challenged them to have an EVM hack, to come and prove that the EVMs could be hacked. Nobody showed up to the hack. And that story died, and it surfaced again 7 years later because they have had another defeat. So to the answer to your question is, the control unit cannot in any way load the ballot unit, which is a totally separate unit, but connected and tethered with the control unit, excepting to set it up and get it ready to count the ballots that are inputted in the ballot unit. So in simple terms, no. And the votes that have to be logged can only be logged in the ballot unit, and each ballot unit can log about 3,500 votes.
All right. Should electronic voting machines be geo-tracked? Again, this is something that comes on the back of fears that who knows where the unit which counts, which actually registers the votes is going to. What if they get swapped sometime? Should electronic voting machines be geo-tracked?
Look, again, this is using a fancy buzzword to solve a problem that doesn't exist, because each of these EVMs have unique IDs. The Election Commission has a very, I'm not part of the Election Commission, but from what I've read, they have a very, very comprehensive, foolproof mechanism of logging each EVM to the constituency and the booth that the EVMs were used for. They have in addition, they have these physical security mechanisms that ensure that these EVMs are located after the election is conducted in one location and physically protected from any external intervention or mischief. So I think whether they should be geo-tagged, having a fancy chip that basically allows them to be GPS tracked, or should they have a much more simple mechanism of having a unique ID, and that the unique ID is tracked by the EC and connected to each of these booths that they are used for. I mean, it's a matter of intellectual discussion, but the moment you have geotagging or a GPS kind of a facility in an EVM, then you are basically throwing yourself open to again having the EVM being penetrated from the outside. So I think the current design is a very tried and tested design, Vishnu. It is simple, it is rugged, it is robust, it is isolated from the internet, it is not field programmable, and it does a very basic function of logging the votes in each of the constituencies or each of the booths that the machine is meant for. And that, in turn, is something that the booth and the EVM can be correlated with the system and the process that the Election Commission uses.
Mr. Chandrasekhar, this is a question which I'm sure you would have heard many times before. Why don't I get a printout for whom I have voted for? There's a VVPAT machine. It shows something, but then that printout, it just disappears. Why can't I feel more secure by having a piece of paper which sort of has, you know, the name of a party or the symbol of a party, and I sort of feel more reassured that who I have voted for is what the machine says I have?
So, Vishnu, there are two types of discussions that we can have around the EVMs. One is, how do we make it more, give it something that gives you more confidence, the ability to have a voter get a record of his vote or her vote. That is a different conversation from the conversation that is being thrust on us today, which is that the EVM somehow represents something that is not robust about our process, our democratic process. And the exact opposite is true. The EVMs have evolved as a consequence of our democratic process requiring a much more safer, a much more secure voting mechanism. It is way back in 1998, then it was field trial, there were samples. And in 2004, the election that the Congress won was the first election when the EVMs were deployed. Now, is it the Congress's case that the 2004 elections were manipulated? Is it the Congress's case that the Tirunelveli election that I lost was manipulated? So therefore, I think there is a separate conversation, which is to say, is there anything that can be done? The VVPAT, as you know, came up in 2012, 2013 as a consequence of some people saying there should be some way of ensuring there is some additional mechanism to build more trust around the EVM, and the VVPAT mechanism came about. Now there is a 2% sampling of the VVPAT, random sampling, to make sure that the VVPAT is correlated with what has been logged. Now you can argue that there are more improvements to be done, things that can be improved, but that is not the conversation that is being had today. The conversation is a conversation that strikes at the very heart, or attempts to strike at the very heart, the integrity question about the democratic process, and that is not acceptable. We are the world's largest democracy. Our democratic process is something that the people of the world look up to, and to have a group of people running around with half facts and, you know, misquoting quotes by somebody sitting 10,000 miles away, and to draw questions around our democratic process, I believe, humbly I say, is wrong, and it is absolutely unconscionable. But to have a conversation like you today initiated, Vishnu, saying, should we not have VVPATs for every vote? That is something I think everybody can around, if there's a consensus, political parties can approach the EC and the EC can take a decision. But to do this is unfortunate, and it's extremely shameful and wrong. To question the efficacy and the integrity of our election process by making these really strange and completely OTP for the EVM type of bizarre arguments that almost calculate, Vishnu, that the people who are listening to it are either ignorant or just going to buy this type of nonsense without questioning it. I'm sorry to say this, but that is a Congress strategy that is doomed to fail.
So the technology itself, as I understand it, in terms of just the EVM itself, is very basic. It's 70s technology. Since then, there's been a lot of which has changed by way, for example, of security features. So the question is this: do you believe that the simplicity of the design itself is what grants our electronic voting machines a certain element of security, or do you believe EVMs need to be more modernized to get additional security features, one of which was the idea of GPS tracking? And that GPS tracking idea is that what if the counting machine, as it were, there are three parts of it, right, is taken somewhere else and it is swapped, right, with another unit? That's the fear. So again, is it possible to have extra security features?
Yeah, look, so let's break this question up into 2-3 parts. One is, should there be a modern avatar of an EVM? I mean, look, you and I both understand technology, and nobody will say no for an improved version of something that is technology today. So I can't say no to that argument. But is there something in the very design of the EVM, its simplicity, robustness, its isolation from the internet, and its lack of programmability, external programmability, does that simplicity of design, where it is simply a vote logger, render it almost invulnerable to the conventional hacking, to network compute devices? Yes. And I don't think that should change. I don't think we should tinker with the basic structure of that. Now, is there other mechanism that we can innovate to making sure that mistakes don't happen, EVMs don't get exchanged? I think there is already a robust process where booth numbers are allocated unique EVM IDs, and these are correlated. Certainly a booth in one constituency cannot have an EVM of another constituency being counted against that. There are simple, very robust procedures that the EC has, and I think we are simply chasing the tail of a problem that doesn't exist by talking about all the sophisticated solutions, because the problem doesn't require that kind of sophistication. Remember, these are EVMs that are basically logging votes and are replacing what used to be a notoriously corrupt, notoriously leaky paper balloting system, where people could come with paper ballots. So understand the problem that the EVM was trying to solve. It was solving a corrupt, leaky mechanism of paper ballots and booth capturing with something that is very difficult to interfere with. When somebody puts in a vote that is logged, and I mean, look, Vishnu, anybody sits around a table over a cup of coffee and talks technology, you can always talk about blue sky visioning, about the next thing should have 2 jet engines in it and should fly from one booth to the other booth, and so on and so forth. So, but, look, to the simple question today, this EVM is a design that the world can learn from. It is simple, yet secure, and it is architected to be simple and secure. And I think that was the point I was making to Elon Musk, that sitting 10,000 miles away, sometimes you don't understand the ingenuity of the Indian technology and the simplicity of our technology. People didn't get UPI either. And now the world recognizes it. And maybe it was a time, that's why I offered very politely a tutorial on the EVM, saying that maybe it's time for you to understand that back to basics is sometimes much more a smarter strategy than getting the latest microprocessor and NVIDIA chip in an EVM.
Okay, one specific question, again, this reflects a worry. Is the VVPAT machine, in other words, the paper trail machine, vulnerable to manipulation? And the reason that is asked is, apparently there is a symbol upload module on the VVPAT, which is preloaded by the Election Commission. So there is a list of candidates which has to be loaded in every single machine, right? VVPAT machine. Right. Officials download candidate-specific data from the Election Commission. They then load this onto a VVPAT through a laptop. In other words, there is an external interface.
Into the control unit.
No, this is actually to the VVPAT machine itself. How otherwise does the VVPAT machine understand, who you voted for? It has to tabulate, right? If you voted for party A, the symbol has to show as party A on VVPAT, right? But there are different, but every constituency is different very often. So therefore, there is data which needs to be fed into the VVPAT machine, which is constituency specific.
Correct. Yeah, and the sequence of candidates will be different for different
Absolutely.
constituencies.
Sequence of parties, sequence of candidates, independents, etc., etc., etc.
Absolutely.
So therefore, therefore, the VVPAT machine has to rely on software, which is a fact. The VVPAT machine relies on basic software.
Yes.
What is the integrity of that software is the question.
No, look, look, I am not the manufacturer. I certainly am not representative of the man. But like I said, I think, look, this was asked and answered in 2017. The EC gave the political parties, the 13 political parties, if you remember, 7 years ago, the opportunity to come and hack the EVM, ask all these questions at a time when the same opposition parties were the same opposition parties. They did not show up to that hack. So even today, let me, for example, for a minute, assume that the Congress party has stumbled on some amazing revelation of some software that has in turn compromised an EVM. If they have such evidence, instead of building these hypothetical scenarios, they should present it to a court, they should present it to the EC and say, look, here is the clinching evidence. If we keep chasing the tail on these completely amazingly imaginary scenarios, anything technology, Vishnu, is, you can have a point of view on what can go wrong. I can have a point of view of what can go wrong. What constitutes doomsday scenario in your mind? What constitutes, performance and security in my mind? But the only final test of the security of a system, of a digital system, an electronic system, is evidence to the contrary.
I accept that, and I understand, and I believe that as well. And I do believe, in as much as we have these discussions, and there's no problem in having these discussions,
absolutely,
the proof of the pudding is in the eating. If there is a mistake or a fault or a technical issue with an EVM, then somebody has to go and prove it. Otherwise, this is just conversation for the sake of conversation.
Yeah, and what we do is then we make this leap of these political parties, then make this huge leap to saying that the entire democratic process is compromised, the EVM is compromised, which is really shameful. And I don't want to use strong phrases in this conversation, but it is absolutely hitting at the heart of what we hold dear, that we are the largest democracy, not just because we have the largest number of voters, but we have a democracy today where we have a process that has earned the trust of millions and billions of Indians. And most importantly, every election, there is a seamless transfer of power. As you saw in Orissa today, I don't see Naveen Patnaik ji jumping up and down and complaining about the EVMs. There was people spoke, people voted, the EVMs logged their votes, and the government changed. It seems to me that the only party today and the only coalition is a Congress-led coalition that constantly wants to create these imaginary scenarios with the sole purpose of creating mistrust in the democratic process. If it was to overturn an election result, I can understand that they are bent out of shape. They want to go and argue this case in a court. But that's not what they're doing. They only want to make these allegations loose and easy and then have this consequence of the people questioning and losing trust in the system, which I believe is shameful. We are not a country that should deserve that. Our political parties should work to improving the trust of people in our democratic process and not just use these kind of
and I think the larger picture of how, you were referring to it earlier on as well, these machines have revolutionized our democratic process. Our democratic process is monstrously large. To have the simplicity and the reliability of registering your vote and then having that vote counted in the speed in which it does it,
Vishnu, I have had friends
with minimal mistakes, it's unbelievable.
And Vishnu, I have had friends of mine on the 4th call me from the UK, the US, Japan, and say 670 million votes counted on one day.
In a few hours, in fact.
It just blows people's minds. Yes.
It is quite
amazing,
remarkable.
and we should be proud of that. And we should improve it, yes, but we should certainly not knock the EVM.
No, but I do believe, and I agree with you, but I think it is important to have these conversations to ensure that the technology we have, and which at one level is the basis of our election process, remains robust. I think everybody is in agreement with that.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, for being with us. I'm now joined by our science editor, Pallav Bagla, who's been doing a lot of research on the machine, and let me be the devil's advocate, right? And this is the primary concern, Pallav, of people